Hello, 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 and good morning, everybody. Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm just trying to get set up here, you guys. I do have the courtroom up, and we are waiting for the judge to come in and start. As soon as that happens, I will put up on the screen. I'm trying to get... Good morning, everybody. Let me just give a few shout-outs here. Pierrette, you should have your wrench. Sybil, Wally, Lisa, Sweet Vampy, Robin, Shannon's Copper, Cindy S., Nancy, Sammy, Denise. Good morning, everybody. Sonia, good morning. So we're starting a little bit earlier. Hello, Crime Time. I don't know how they're going to start it, Crime Time, because they're supposed to have, as you all know, good morning, Nita, Aunt Mame. Last week, we went through all that jury selection, and they brought it down to 120. Now, I know to bring it down to the 18 jurors they need, I don't know if they're doing that this morning. That should go pretty quickly, because what happens is they have their jury pool from last week of 120. So since last Tuesday, when they got that, they will be going over, in that time since last Tuesday, the defense and the prosecution will be going over all those sheets that they got on those jurors that were selected to go through. Good morning, everybody. Nana, good morning. They're going to be going over all those sheets. They're each allowed, I believe it's 16. They're allowed to get rid of from each side. So the defense and the prosecution can choose up to 16 of those jurors that they want to get rid of. And then they pick their 18 from what's left. So that, they should already know what jurors are going to be gone. Good morning, K. Mitch. Etc. And I think they should have a very small pool on which the defense is going to say, okay, we want these ones. The prosecution is going to say, well, okay, we agree with some of those, but not all, and we want these ones. It shouldn't take very long to seat the 18 jurors. So now I don't know if they're going to already have that done by the time this starts this morning, or if they're going to do that this morning that we can see and not see it, but hear it. If it's just the jury thing they got to do. The trial itself, we are going to be able to have audio and video. So I am just watching the court stream to see what is going to happen. They're supposed to start at 11 a.m. Eastern. And that's what I am still watching for. Usually I have more information on it, but that's what I've got right now, so I will be watching what's going on there. Yes, very long overdue. Vicky, good morning. Artie's, Old Glory, Misty, Angel, Carol, Joanne, Nita. Prime time. Good morning, everybody. So if they are going to show picking the 18, whatever's left, so take 32 away from there'll be about 80. It'll go pretty fast. Reporter just said opening statements are after lunch. Well, we'll see. We may be able to... Crime time... If that's the way it's going to be, you guys will find out. I don't know if I'll just continue to live stream it and whatnot, but we'll figure it out as we go. Oh no, it's this. Great. Let's hope I don't lose service because we've got a storm coming in that is bringing tons of freezing rain. And usually, we know what happens there. It takes down hydro wires. Okay, I'm going to check that. I'm going to remove that comment, Crime Time, but thank you. I will check that out. Hello, Anna, Diana, Deborah. Chronic pain stinks. Yes, it does. There she is. There's Pierrette. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Mama. There's my mama, everybody. Give my mama a big welcome. I usually go over and have coffee with her in the morning. She lives right next door to me, so... But I am already live, so... Sorry, Mama, no coffee with you this morning. But I will see you during break. I will come over. I'm in Ontario, Canada. Up near Ottawa. Sybil. That's okay, Crime Time. It's good. I will go and check that out, though, so thank you for that. Hello, Sarah. Sandra. Pierrette, good morning, my dear. You got your wrench. There we go. Everybody's saying good morning to you, Mama. Everybody's saying good morning to my mama. I love that. And Nana. It is both audio and video once opening statements start. If they are going to show us the remainder of picking the jury, we will only get audio. But once opening statements start, we will have audio and video. I do have the courtroom up on my other screen, and as soon as it starts, I will pop it up. You're very welcome, Minette. Yes, justice for Gannon. Good morning, Courtney. Good morning. Come on over and visit. Oh, you're in Utah, near Salt Lake City. I'd love to get out there. It's apparently really beautiful out there. I would love to get out there. I said good morning to you, Deborah. I did so. There's Artie's. Oh, Deborah Scott is right there where it's happening in Colorado. There you go. Okay, so let me get this up, you guys, because it's about to start. So they're opening up the courtroom right now. Deborah says she was summoned, but could not put anything aside. Oh, thank you so much, Chick Channel. I appreciate you. Thank you so, so much. Artis. Okay. I'm horrible at pronouncing names. Just give me a second, you guys. I just gotta turn my heat down here. Hang on. All right. Good morning, Millie Miles. Good morning, everybody. Don't mind me, I'm taking sweaters and everything off here. It's hot in the house. It's warming up outside, but apparently we're supposed to get a freezing rainstorm coming through, so this ought to be interesting. Miss Splashy says, thank you for broadcasting for us. You're very welcome. Thank you again, that Chick Channel, for your donation, your super chat. I appreciate you. It all helps the channel. I'm going to be sitting here, you guys, for the next 6 weeks. That's a lot of time to put aside each day to bring this. So, yes, the super chats are appreciated. Sybil says we're supposed to get a storm as well. Whew. Oh, I hope so too. I don't know if you guys are going to be getting it, Pierrette, but I know you guys got, I don't know if you got hit with that big snow thing. We just missed it. It went a little north of us, so we didn't get it, but it was heading your way, girl. Cold in Kentucky. Nana, Nana. Thank you. Greetings from the deep south of Jersey. That's where my sister is in New Jersey. She's heading to Bayonne today. Anna, I don't know how close you are to Bayonne, but that's where she's heading today for an appointment she has. So if you don't see Des in here today, that's why she's heading to some appointments today, and it's a good 2.5 hour drive from where she lives. So that's why she's not in here this morning. Shannon's Cooper, BC, British Columbia, Canada. Much cooler. Yeah, it seems that it has done a switch up on us, Shannon. The weather that you guys usually get out in BC, we're getting in Ontario. And what we usually get on Ontario, you guys have been getting out in BC. It's odd. We've got Wally from Italy. Super hot. I wish it was super hot here. Anna is between Philly and AC. Oh my gosh, Sybil. And they say Canada's bad. Sybil says they say the mountain is going to get 4 more feet of snow. And we have had 800 inches already this year, up to about 8,000 feet. Up at about 8,000 feet. Whoa. That's a lot of snow. You're very welcome, sweet Vampy. Yeah, I always watch Ryan Hall, y'all. Sometimes he does show up into Canada here, along the St. Lawrence River. We're east of the Great Lakes. So Pierrette is closer to, she's far, far east, the most eastern part of, well, almost the most eastern part of Canada. Gina says she's in Jersey too. It's beautiful. I hope so, because my sister's driving down in southern Jersey there, Bayonne area. Sweden. We got Git from Sweden. All the way from, we got people from all over the world watching this. And they were saying they were hoping to get, a jury that hadn't heard about this case. And look at, we've got people here, Git from Sweden. We've got Italy. We've got all around the world here, across Canada, across the U.S. We got people from South Africa. I don't think there's a place, sorry, I just hit my mic there. I don't think there's a place in this world that hasn't heard of this case. So nice to have you here, Git. Well, that's good, because you guys usually get bombed. Yes, round of justice for Gannon. I'm a bit behind in chat here, you guys. East Tennessee. Yes, Tennessee got hit with some tornadoes. You guys be careful, Lady D out there. I don't know how close you are to the zone, but if you watch Ryan Hall, y'all, he brings a lot of good coverage, and you guys are supposed to be getting hit tomorrow again with more tornadoes. So I'm praying for everybody's safety out there. I hope these guys are all saved. What was the other one? Iowa, and all along there was a long front coming through there. Yes, yes, yes. Sweet Vampy says 55. I think we are at 23 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Ryan Hall, y'all. Yeah, I watch him other than my news and my weather here in Canada. Nope, I go and I watch Ryan Hall. Okay, here they go, you guys. You got mics on. Put a one in the chat if you could hear that.
That he has some concerns about work issues. He's in a small software company. Said he's already working for 50% pay and expects to be unemployed in a few weeks. Stated that he is friends with one of the DA witnesses, Detective Sirois, Sirois. And he says he is close friends with Detective Sirois's kid. Apparently his kid and Sirois's kid are in something together. And he also talked with the detective about spending 5 weeks searching for Gannon. So that would be juror 6 in the seat today. Prosecution, you have a position? Mr. Tellini? Yeah, I intend to excuse him. So so that's juror number 6. Then the person who is in currently seat number 9. She called and says it's a work issue. She works 3 12-hour shifts Thursday through the weekend, but she's off on Friday, so I guess it would be Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, and says she does not believe she can maintain that pace for 6 weeks. Request to be released. Prosecution. Mr. Tellini? All right, I will release her as well.
That's number 9, Kim Elizabeth.
Correct. And then juror number 18. I think we're okay, actually. Did she have any further follow-up?
No, she did not.
The only issue that you may need to be aware of, she contacted us asking about court care. And I think it was last week that we didn't have court care for like 2 days or something like that. So it may be an ongoing issue, but I intend to leave her on. Then juror. Then juror number 23. Juror number 23 was in seat 11 on day 2. That may, you may be able to recall who this person was when I tell you the comment. He had concerns over the DA questioning on beyond the reasonable doubt and the 1 + 1 = 2 example. Said the juror is concerned that the answer that he gave has impacted his credibility with other jurors and he felt compromised. He said it's on his mind and it may be impacting his health. Prosecution. I believe he was one of the engineers. Because I think I remember the follow-up question of, well, what if the integer is a -1? So if you want a minute to think about that, that's fine. You have all the information. I'm not holding anything back. These are just voicemails that were left with us. And that's all he said. I can follow up with him and ask and see what you want to do after that. Okay. All right. I can do that. Juror number 28 has checked with his employer and he said there is no way that he can be on a trial for 6 to 8 weeks. He will not get a paycheck during that time. I intend to excuse him. That would be juror 28. I will pass this on for what it's worth. Again, I'm just reading the comments that I have gotten from the jurors. I'm not editing, so. 1085. $10.97. Juror 29 said she contacted her employer and the issues with her employer have been worked out. She also says she's a volunteer for the jury and would rather be on the jury than a backup. She says it's better for the employer. Not exactly sure what that means, but you have the same information I have. Juror 32 says she's a teacher who has actual class on Thursdays, and the other 4 days is like she's a tutor online for, or she's in school. HR says if the juror works Thursday, then she's responsible for students all week. It's difficult for her to be in court 4 days a week being responsible for keeping up with students 4 days of jury service would be paid. However, if the juror does not work on Thursday, she's not paid for that day. She's trying to work it out, but she's not getting very far. I will follow up with her. That would be juror 32. Juror 53. Juror 53. I think I recall this person. She is a little bit older, and she says she contacted our division about medical issues. She has sciatic pain on the left side, and sitting aggravates it. She wants to stay active and help the pain. I think because of the sitting, she's concerned, and she requests to be disqualified. Prosecution, 53.
Yes, I wonder what she would say if she's reminded.
I'll ask her. Okay. Juror 41. And I recall this woman because there's something else I wanted to put on here. This was the woman whose son is in DOC, and she described that it caused her some degree of anxiety when she came into the courtroom. And she says she cannot do this day after day. She says court is an unpleasant experience. She says she's not been sleeping or eating since she was here for jury selection on March 22, and she feels that if she's in trial, she will have a breakdown. I have to admit that when we got to the end of that day and she saw that she was coming back, I remember her being in tears on that day. So I am inclined to release her. Prosecution. Mr. Tellini?
I'll defer to the court.
Okay, I am going to release her. Juror number 63 spoke with her employer, and she does get paid for jury service, but only for limited jury service. She does not get paid after 5 days. She says then it's unpaid, and she believes that she would be unable to go without pay for that length of time of trial. So I will release juror 63 as well.
Question on 63.
I'm sorry. It is a male. I'm sorry.
Just want to make sure.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. No, I misspoke. I am releasing 63. Yeah, he contacted his employer. I think this was the guy that said, yeah, I think I get paid. And then he found out that he doesn't get paid for as long as what he thought. Juror 44. Oh, this was the guy that called because he has a large truck, and I think we've got that figured out. So I will follow up with some of these others.
I didn't have to think.
Well, he identified himself by name, which is how, let's see, 2702, let me make sure. Oh, we have. This is, yeah, he's not in seat. Yeah, accept that. Oh, got it. Yeah, right. Wrong chart. Okay, he is in seat, whoops. He is, where'd he go? I have 2702 as juror. Oh, there he is. He's in seat 17 on the 11 o'clock chart. So, and I think we got that worked out. Okay, so for sure I'm in the right place here. Working on it. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay, here. Two, seven, seven.
Well, you guys are lucky. I'm seeing on a whole bunch of, let's not mention any other channels or anything like that, you guys, but I am seeing everywhere else that people aren't able to get this audio that you're getting here. So, you guys are getting it here. And you will have audio and video once opening statements start. They're seating the jury right now. This should not take long, you guys. So let's be patient, and once opening statements start, we are going to have video too, so you'll be able to see the courtroom.
So here's what I did.
Well, welcome, Sybil.
The person who is currently sitting in seat number 6, that is the person that knows Detective or Sergeant Soros. Where is it? Detective Soros. That person is excused. The person sitting in seat 9 is excused. I will follow up with person in seat 18 regarding court care. Person in seat 23 is the one that was asking the DA, or that had a comment about the DA questioning on beyond a reasonable doubt and feels that his credibility has been impacted and it's on his mind. I will do a follow-up question with him. Juror 28 is being excused as a result of work issues. Juror 29, you can follow up if you want to. That's the person that said they've got it worked out with their employer. I will also follow up with juror in seat 32 that has sciatica issues, and see if standing and all of that will help her. Or no, that's not that. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not the sciatica. Sciatica is the next one. This is the one that has the work issues as the teacher. And that is, she is in seat 32 currently. The next one, 1605. Juror 53 is the one with the sciatica issues. I'll follow up with her. Juror 41 is being excused. And juror 63 is also being excused. So people that I have being excused, excuse me, are jurors 6, 9, 28, 41, 63, with follow-up to jurors 23, 32, and 53. Does that answer your question, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
18, were you gonna present a follow-up on the court case?
Yes. Yes. The only
Engineer.
that is seat number 23, and I will follow up with him to see what he's talking. He says this issue is on his mind and it may be impacting his health. I don't know what he means by that. So that's where we are. Go ahead and bring him in. Oh, okay.
Just so that we understand how this is going to work.
Sure.
Are we going to designate which seats are occupied? And how are they going to fill in gaps that end up on this box?
Okay, wherever, the best way to think about this is, once we have our 50 that you can start exercising peremptories on. And I don't know whether that's going to be this morning or this afternoon. But it's fair that you be able to look at everybody so you know who the pool is. So we got the pool, and everybody that is there, and none of those people are going to be excused. So what will happen then is you can exercise your peremptories anywhere in the room. And the best way to describe it in this case, the highest seat number jurors, the last 6 are going to be your alternates. That makes sense?
13 through 18.
Yeah, step up here and I'll show you. It's a little bit easier to show you. Okay. So let's assume everybody is here. 'Cause we have, let's assume everybody's here, including the strikes, because I'm not going to send really anybody out. So.
Thank you guys for smashing that like.
So I excuse these four. So
Thank you,
these seats
Sherry.
are vacant, right? So by default, all these people slide down. So this person then takes this chair if they're selected. So you can use your 16 anywhere that you want. And then let's assume that these are your last 6 jurors chosen along here.
So they've released
Those
a
are gonna be
bunch,
your
you guys.
alternates, with this being alternate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Assuming they end up down here.
What's going to
Correct.
happen now
Assuming
is
that's
both
Assuming that they end up in the box, right?
the DA
Is that-
and
And then they're just
the
gonna
defense
shoot through
will
the social
release
Right.
16 on each
Everybody's gonna
side.
slide down.
Yeah, they'll come up.
Yep.
So this shouldn't take
Does that-
very much
does
longer,
that
you
make
guys.
sense? Does that
Then
make sense to everybody?
we're going to have the opening statements once they come back from the break. But I figured I would show it all to you guys because you want to see it. So here it is.
We had it and they had the diagram. So there we are. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to take up? from
Thank
the
you, Ollie.
prosecution?
Thank you,
Anything else
everybody.
we need to take up?
I don't know if you want to do this now or when we get, before we reopen, but we intend to dismiss count 3, which is abuse count. And so for, we charge this case
Right.
with child abuse. Knowing, first degree child under 12 was originally count 1. Child abuse resulting in death was count 2. That was done before Gannon's remains were found. Once Gannon's remains were found, and we got more evidence on the one, and then count 3 doesn't really fit. So we'll be dismissing count 3, going forward on counts 1 and 2.
Let's do that before openings. That would make more sense. Yeah. Nope, I appreciate that. Anything else from the prosecution? From the defense, Mr. Tellini or Mr. Cook?
I'll do it before. I do have a motion regarding I'm maintaining my position regarding the changes. I can either do it now or.
Let's wait until after. We'll do it just before opening statements. Does that work? Okay, all right. All right, let's go ahead and bring him in. No, but it seems to be working, and that's all that's all that counts.
Instead of the benches.
So- Oh, okay. Oh, they're not switching out anymore. Anymore.
I can almost guarantee you all of Gannon's family is going to be there. Lovely Lyrics, can you see my chat now when I chat? Because I see your comments on some of the videos, and when I go to click on them, I can't see them. It says they've been removed in prior videos, so let me know. Oh my god, the peanut butter. Oh, Gannon's parents are going to be there. Mark my words. Oh, she's there, Kaylin. Like I said, for jury selection, they're almost done it. It's not going to take long. They're about to seat the jury. Once that's done and opening statements start, we're going to have the audio and video. Oh, and she is hiding. She's sitting way at the end of the bench, hiding behind anything she can. Hair over in front of her face. And she has to be there. The judge will have her physically dragged there. And if she doesn't behave in the courtroom, they will put her in a cell just outside the courtroom, and they will lock her up in there until she wants to behave. Yes, I see your comments under some of the videos, the past videos, and I try to click on it to read it, and it says it's been removed. So I don't know what's going on. And at this point, I don't have any more time to try and figure it out, my dear. It's got to be something on your end, because everybody else can see me. No, she does have to be in the courtroom, but if she starts acting up, the judge will have her hauled out. Hello and welcome to everybody new. Welcome, welcome. She wrote the judge a letter, Lakes Carol, saying that she thinks that either people that do the food or the guards are putting stuff in her peanut butter. Wouldn't that be something if she decides, never mind, I'm just going to plead guilty? Thank you so much, Jenny. Good morning, Comptoot. Good morning. They're just bringing the jury back in now. They've released a whole bunch. Both defense and prosecution can release up to 16 more for each side, so that's 32. They should have the jury very soon. I think they've already got 5 or 6 seated. So we need 18 total. There she is. We knew you were driving, so... Sister is there listening in the background. Oh, she's been complaining about so many different things. These letters to the judge are going to sink her. This last doctor that the defense got to evaluate her, because all the other doctors that evaluated her said she was sane. This doctor tried to get Marilyn Manson and all them, Ted Bundy and them, off on their due to head trauma suffered previously in their childhood or whatever. But the only head trauma that Letecia got was while she was already in jail, when I believe she threw herself off her bunk, but she said she fell off her bunk and hit her head on the floor. So this is the head trauma she's trying to say caused her to go insane or lose her sanity when she did this to Gannon. But we know that injury didn't happen until she was actually in jail. So it's going to be interesting. She got a whole bunch of stuff. All of a sudden now she wants a kosher diet and all this crap. So we'll see what happens. Yes, and we can hear it. We just heard a whole bunch from the judge and prosecution and defense just a bit ago. They are going to be bringing in the jury and selecting the final ones from them. I think they've got 5 or 6 already that they're keeping, so we don't need many more. I think 12 more, because they need 12 jurors and 6 alternates. So once this is done, you guys, then we're going to have the audio and video. We can't show the video during jury selection because we're not allowed to show the jurors. Very welcome, Brittany. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see her. She's been hiding lately. She's been having her hair in front of her face and everything, and way at the end of the bench, hiding behind computer monitors and stuff. Comptoot, no, not really. So it's...
Counsel, approach again, please.
I'm going to be doing my best to sit through this. I'm going to have to get up and walk around a bit, but I'm waiting for a bunch of test results to come back. Hopefully they can figure out what's going on. But thank you.
You said 60, 60, 60. So 46, 60.
Yeah, she initially pled not guilty.
Good to go
And
back.
then they asked the
Court will call-
judge to let them have another evaluation done by one of their doctors. And this is the only doctor that came back and
All
said
right,
she's.
court will call 20 CR
Okay.
1358.
I gotta mute.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
That was so much better than the last time you guys were here. We're gonna start out again, and I'm gonna have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please.
Yes, her daughter's testifying for the
Do
prosecution.
you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. I wanted to follow up because some of you have contacted this division, and I want to follow up and make sure that I have the right jurors and the right issues, and then see if there are any others that I may have missed. And I know that it's going to be a little bit confusing to all of you because the last time that you were here, you were probably sitting in different seats. And so we're all doing our best. And we'll try and get through it. So juror number 6 over here. Yes, juror number 6. I just wanted to make sure. You had said that you were or you knew Detective Siros? Soroy, okay. And you were also close friends and know his kids well. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. And then juror number 9, second from the end. You were the one that was working the 12-hour shifts Thursday through the weekend. Do I have that right?
Liberty Powell, no, not that I know of. She's being called as a witness for the prosecution.
Right. Okay. Juror 18 in the front. You had called to ask about court care. Did you get that all resolved? Okay, just wanted to follow up. And then juror. This is the right one. Just a minute here. Juror 23, I think in the back. Did you, for on the end there, ma'am? Yes, that would be you. Juror 23, did you contact the court?
This is T. Opening
whoops.
statements will be
Yep, you're right.
starting as
Juror
soon as they are
23. I
done
knew
this. It won't be long.
There we go. All right, juror 23. You had contacted the court and said that you had some concerns. You said that after the questioning in the court that there was something that was on your mind, and you said that it might be impacting your health. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Loopy's 6 weeks for the trial.
Okay. Do you think that that was as a result of being here and some of the stress that you were under here? Okay.
Yes,
Juror
Sarah, if you look at the screen, it
28
tells you it all there.
On the end here in the
Once
front.
opening arguments start, we will have video
You said
also.
that you had contacted your employer and are not, there's no way that you can do a 6 to 8 week trial because you won't receive a paycheck. You'd contacted your employer. Okay. All right. And juror 29, you had also contacted the court and said that you've got it worked out with your employer? Won't be that way. The way an alternate works is that you're here the whole time.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Yeah.
I hope
No,
not, sweet Vampy.
so yeah, I think
But the
we have
jury
your
will.
concern addressed. Juror 32, you had contacted us and said that you're the teacher, right? Okay. And help me understand this, because the message that I got is that you only get paid for the whole week if you're working there Thursday? What is that? Okay. So we're good? We're okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's okay. That's what I wanted to follow up with. Okay. And juror 16. Yes. Did you have a doctor's note for me? I did. Okay. If you would hand that to Mr. Combs, please, and I'll get to that in just a moment. Thank you. Okay. And juror 53, back row, you called and said that you had some sciatica issues. Does it help if you can get up and stand? And you're also going to be, it's not a whole lot better, don't get me wrong, but the chairs are a little bit better than what you're sitting in. Okay. Okay. All right. And juror 41, you had contacted the court as well? Striped shirt. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You had contacted the court and said that being here in the courthouse was causing you some stress. How are you doing? Well, I remember when you got the card that had your report back. I remember that you were a little teary when you got that. So and it sounds like it's not gotten better. Okay. And juror 63, let's see. Something's not right here. I think you guys reversed those. Something's not right here.
You guys, I don't know if she is still able, because I know they don't carry out the death penalty anymore. But she was charged before they abolished the death penalty. So I don't know how that works. I think it would be an automatic life in prison if she is facing the death penalty. I haven't heard either way what's going to happen there, but we know she'll never get out anyway. So, yeah, just Tom Cena Hale says, I'm not usually a death penalty kind of person, but I'll make an exception for her. Yeah, I would too. Her and Lori Vallow. But Lori Vallow, they have taken the death penalty off the table for her. So that's another one that starts today. They're just starting with jury selection today, you guys. So it's going to be another week or so before they start that trial anyway. You know what we went through with selecting the jury, getting that 120 that we needed. We went through a week and a half of that jury selection. Well, that's what I think they're doing right now over in the Lori Vallow case. So, yeah, she basically incriminated herself right from the beginning. So, yeah, they probably won't give her. I don't know if they even do the death penalty anymore. Even if this is a death penalty case.
Now this makes a little bit more sense. And
Okay,
juror
let's get back to this.
63. There we are. Yep. Nope. Face matches the name. Works great. Okay. Juror 63, you had said that originally you thought that you were paid for jury service, and it turns out that you are, just not as long as what you thought. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. When you all were last here, you were all qualified to sit on this jury. However, I know that circumstances may have changed. I've spoken with some jurors. Is there anyone else whose circumstances changed that I've not spoken with? Whoops. All right, juror number 4. What's the circumstance that's changed?
Right, sensible crime?
I'm currently having an issue with DFAS. Categorize me as AWOL.
Okay, so what is the issue?
So they categorize me as absent without leave, and so I'm not getting paid, and I have to go to the finance department that's only open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday to get it fixed, and I have to sit there and talk to them. I have to go talk with the JAG officers, explaining I never left, I'm still at my station of duty, and stuff like that.
Okay, we've had other military people. I think we may still have some military people on here. Why, what is different about your circumstance?
So DFAS controls pay.
Okay.
I'm not getting paid because they put a blockade on it, and I have to go to them to get it fixed so I can start getting my, pretty much my payback, all my,
And
pretty much the military's put a hold on my account.
Is anybody else
Okay.
seeing my screen blurry?
And I have to fix it first before I can do anything, because if I don't fix it, it'll start a cascade of problems.
okay, and is a letter from me going to help that?
Maybe, I have honestly no idea, sir. We're currently right now, the issue is I had a deletion of orders to go overseas, and currently finances still have it in their system that I was supposed to go there, and right now the fight is saying I got them canceled.
Oh, so that doesn't have to do with this case, though. That occurred sometime before, right?
Yes, sir, but
Lakes
still,
Carroll,
right
it's on
now,
your
I
end,
have
not
been
here.
paid by the military, and I got
Okay.
that thing.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Anyone else in this group?
Thank you, Des. You stop texting.
Juror number
Drive.
15?
I've had a dental emergency over the weekend. That's what this is. It's going to require a root canal. I haven't scheduled that. Or it's,
Thank
Okay.
you, everybody. So, whoever's saying it's blurry, it's on your end because I've got quite a
So
few.
if it happened over the
saying
weekend,
here
it
it's
sounds like
all
maybe you haven't
good.
spoken with the dentist yet?
no, I went in to see him on Friday.
Okay,
And he gave me antibiotics just to stop the progression,
okay,
schedule a root canal.
okay. Okay, let me think about that one. Anyone else in this front row on the end, juror 10?
Son had a medical.
Juror 24? Okay. I think we'll be done by May 25. Okay, anyone else in this group over here? Juror 39? Juror 39? Yes.
They're getting rid of the jurors that are not going to be sitting on the jury, Leslie. They started with 120, and
But
I
it's
think
not
they are down
scheduled?
to very few left. So this jury is about seated. And this is the point where they get rid of most of those 120. They only need 18.
Anyone else in this group over
12
here?
for the jury and 6 alternates.
Juror 40? Yes. What kind of work is it?
Yes, Brenda, the video will start shortly. Read the text on the screen. Or the message that's on the screen. We are only going to have the
Anyone
video
else in this group over
once
here?
opening statements start, because they're
Slide.
still doing, they're
Juror
sitting the jury.
49? Yes, sir.
Yes, I did not let you guys know at the beginning that my, I'm a homeowner. Only pays me 3 days of, me being a single homeowner, it'd be kind of hard for me to, I don't know how the court system pays.
Right. Right. Anyone else back here? Juror 54? Over here. Juror 30? As I said, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 weeks.
Ready to log us up to you.
I've already spoken with you. You're 45, I believe it is. Yes. I was going to ask about that.
I also talked to my boss and I'm only 2 of us.
The judge got upset with the last one. For sure.
I just want to make sure I understand this right. Your pregnancy may be an issue for service here, but you're going to still serve as a kickboxing instructor?
Yeah, I mean, I can teach without actually having to do it.
Okay. making sure I'm following the whole progress
You
here.
can be a kickbox instructor,
Okay.
but not a juror.
And in the third row there, juror 61. Yes, ma'am.
Oh shit! Sorry guys, I forgot I had my mic on. Oh god.
Several appointments. I think put off 6 weeks. I myself have come down with the fact.
Else in this back group. Back. Juror 74. Yes.
Yay! Yeah, you guys might want to go out. For those who are saying it's blurry, go out and come back in because it's nice and clear here. Thank you, Vicky.
And juror 75, you sort of went like this. Wasn't sure if you were actually raising your hand, not raising your hand. What's going on?
Right? I know, I keep forgetting that my mic is on. Because generally I have it muted. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, and I did just refresh, so... Everybody's saying it's clear. Great. There you go. So they've almost got this jury seated, you guys.
All right. The last time that we were here, we had also talked about the publicity this case has received. Those of you who are here all said that you could put the publicity and other people's opinions aside and decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. We also talked about the need to guard against exposure to publicity and anyone's opinions regarding this case from the time you were last here to now. Is there anyone who believes that they have been exposed to any opinions or stories since we were last together, and you don't think you could put those opinions and stories aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom? Please raise your hand. Response? Do some checking here. Give me just a moment.
Yes,
Is
we
there
are
any-
here right through it.
Is there anyone that I've not spoken to who believes that they could not serve on this jury for the period of time, or either because it involves the circumstance that it does?
Because we have eyes in the courtroom, Jenna May.
No response. The people who have returned to this courtroom were all selected to return in this case because you all agreed that you could decide this case in a fair and impartial manner. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve in a fair and impartial manner? Please raise your hand. No response? All right. Counsel, approach, please.
I think she has feet shackles on. Believe me, there's going to be a lot of security there because, as we know, she got out her broom and she tried to escape from prison or from the jail. No, the judge asked her if she wanted to wear civilian clothes. She said no. And then it was being reported that she had a blue shirt and blue pants on. But there also are, if you go back into some of the photos of her when she was arrested, sometimes she had blue on, sometimes she had orange, sometimes she had bright green. So I believe they have different colors. But she did say she did not want to wear street clothes. She doesn't even want to be there, so I don't think she really cares what she's wearing. She tried to escape from the jail. She also tried, when they went to arrest her and bring her back from North Carolina, she attacked a female guard in the sheriff's vehicle when they were transporting her back. Now, I mean, unless she gets off on these charges, which I don't see happening, they're not going to bring those charges forward. But if she doesn't get a long sentence, or if she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, they will bring those charges forward so they can keep her locked up. No, she didn't try and escape when they were transporting her. She tried to escape when she was in the jail. Well, who could really bring her clothes, right? Because Harley is gone on some vacation, so she should be back by now because she was subpoenaed. But she went out of the country on some trip just about 2 weeks ago, so... Ms. Saber, as soon as they finish sitting the jury, opening statements will start probably after the break. But we will be here through the whole thing. I am going to just let it run even through the break, so we don't miss anything when they come back. During the break, I will be watching chat, but I will also be doing things that I have to do here in my life. I do have to work also through this because I have to still make money to pay my bills, right? So, yeah, lovely lyrics. She did, like I just said, she did attack a jail guard in the ride back, and then she tried to escape from the jail. No, once the trial starts, I will be muting my mic, and you guys are going to be hearing exactly what comes out of the courthouse. I will not be talking through it. The only time I will pop on and start chatting with you guys during the trial is during the breaks. Hello, Kate Bell.
Okay. So I'm going to, if I excuse you, stay in your seat until we get to the end. And then all you can leave the phone.
So now he's going to be excusing all the jurors that are not going to be on the jury.
6, 9, 15.
Even once this starts, yes, it will be on my YouTube channel under the live tab. So if you click on the live tab, you will be able to watch it all again. It will be on my channel. It will stay there even once I'm done streaming for the day. So at the end of every day, it will still be on my channel. And we are going to have a hard time right now because the judge is in the gallery releasing a bunch of the jurors, so he is not near a microphone. Just like what happened during jury selection. We can't hear unless he's in front of the mic. So, I mean, but this really doesn't matter. What does matter is once the trial actually starts, they will each have a mic in front of them, and we will have video, so we will be able to see the judge, we will be able to see the witness, and the defense and prosecution table will also be shown on another camera. So we will have 3 cameras, one on the judge, one on the witness, and one on the defense prosecution table.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to take a lower chair because my feet are hanging.
Not just yet.
She just
Oh,
touching chair.
Not just yet.
Just the chair, not the position.
Please, you guys, I'm going to ask, do not mention other channels, other creators,
Thank you, Your Honor.
other news outlets.
All good. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah, no, that's fine. Perfectly fine.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, no, it's all good.
Your comment will be removed, and if you continue to do it, you will be banned. Thank you, mods, for staying on that. Stephen Courier says, what time is it? Right now it's 11:57 a.m. Eastern. So it's almost 10 o'clock in Colorado where the trial is taking place. They're 2 hours behind me because I'm on the East Coast, so... Yeah, she even bought that fake lie detector test. Yes, we will be able to see the courtroom when it starts with opening statements. No, they're not on break. It's just the judge was in the gallery. You can't hear him there because he's got no mic. She didn't bite an officer, she pulled her hair. She was sitting in the back seat and she somehow got a hold of the sheriff's, it's a female sheriff, her ponytail, and kept pulling backwards on her ponytail, smashing her head off against the glass or bars or whatever's between the front and back seats. She didn't bite nobody. Yes, thank you, Chopper. Peggy, if I did a read on them, I follow it right through to the end. From the beginning read, and I did, my Ancestor read was the first read I did on this case. I did many reads on this case as it was going through, and they were all spot on. Long before any of the information came out. You might want to go and check them out. You will find most of them under the video tab. All the newer stuff you will find under my live tab on my YouTube channel. I cover a lot of them, so. No problem, Pierrette. We will be able to see it once the jury's seated. We will never see the jury during the trial. There's going to be a camera on the judge, on the witnesses, and on the defense and prosecution table. So we will be able to see it all. We will just never, they never showed the jury. And that's why we're not seeing it right now, is because they're sitting the jury.
All right. Is there anything, is there any reason why anybody believes that they could not serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case if selected to serve? Please raise your hand.
Harley is a state witness.
If you are in this room, you should anticipate that you will be on this jury. So if there is any reason that any of you have that causes you to think why you could not serve on this jury, please raise your hand. No response. All right, counsel, approach, please.
Chronic pain stinks. Thank you. Thank you for watching the videos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do at this point, oh, sorry, Beck. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do at this point in time is we are going to select the jury in this case. The jury is actually selected by a process of deselection, and we've spoken about that before. What that means is that you will see the attorneys handing a sheet back and forth between themselves. And when we get done, I will read the numbers of the jurors who will, or the numbers of the people who will serve as jurors in this case.
Thank you, you guys. Oh, Diana. I love you guys.
2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Dave H., there is a big pink notification on the screen.
29, 30, 31.
We do not see any video for jury. Once the opening statements start, which should be shortly, then we will have full audio and video.
And this does take a while. I think what we'll do is, well, actually, for this part, we do need to have everybody in the jury room, so, or in the courtroom. So it will take a little bit of time. You can feel free to stand, stretch, talk quietly amongst yourselves if you want to do that.
The alternates aren't going to know that they're alternates until after closing arguments. That is when the judge will, this is what I believe happens anyway. I'm not 100% sure, but this is what I've been told, is that all 18 jurors sit in the jury box, and it's only after closing statements that he takes 12 of them and sends them to the jury room to deliberate, and the other 6 are free to go. They're still not allowed to talk
They're
about the
deployed
case
somewhere.
or anything, just in case they are
Hold on.
needed.
Juror 20, yes, ma'am. Have they been given any more information about you? Was that the question? Not for me. No, anybody is, it's not uncommon that one side or the other, or both, will sometimes see what information they can find out about a potential juror, a potential judge even, and potential witnesses. But there's no other information that was given to anybody by us, by the courts. Maybe that's the best way to put it. Does that answer your question? Yes. Right. Right. Yeah, those questionnaires that you filled out. Right. No, remember the comments that I made was that the court staff, the attorneys, and their staff will know who you are, but nobody else does. Because constitutionally, they're entitled to know that information. No one else is.
Thank you,
Does that
Dave.
answer your question? Okay.
We are all cool here. So yeah, we don't talk about religion, politics, we don't bully, we don't do any of that here. So safe place for everybody here. That's very possible that they just put them in another room, but I was told that they dismissed them, but they're still not allowed to look at any information or anything in case they have to be called back. Yes, Letecia is in the courtroom. Well, we love that you are here, Laurel. Well, I'm glad you like it here. How do you highlight somebody's name? You put the @ symbol, a symbol, before their name. Well, we love having you here. Thank you for being here. Yes, each side, the DA and the defense, gets to dismiss 16 without cause. If they want any others gone, they have to show cause. Thank you, Rachel. You're very welcome, Dave. Different states, Shannon, do it differently. The lady talking is me. It's Willow. This is my channel. Aw, thank you, Elizabeth. Well, we're happy to have you, sweet Vampy. It is, Nicole. We're one big family here. Keep it at. Yeah, like I said, it differs from state to state, you guys. They all got their own rules. So, and I'm in Canada, so it's very different than, well, I shouldn't say very different. There's a lot that's the same, but there's a lot that's different too. As far as I'm concerned, Canada should adapt a lot of the US rules. Oh, thank you, Cindy. As long as you do it respectively, Dave, and mask any swear words or bad words like the M word. You got to mask those words. Hello, Tanya. Oh, well, we love you guys too. Thank you, Marie. I would assume, Alicia, that they are. We will be able to probably see that once they bring the cameras on. All of our trials are by judge. Yeah, our laws are pretty much the same, but the US is much more harsh, and I think Canada should adapt to that. Because here it's life is not life. I've seen people get life in prison, 25 years without parole, and in 10 years they're out. Good behavior, and you only do like 2/3 of your time, and then you're eligible for parole. And if you've been a good boy, you're allowed out. So I've seen people that are serving life sentences get out in 10. So it's, yeah. Oh, I love you guys too. Rochelle. Hello, fellow Canuck from Alberta, but lived in Cos for over 14 years. There you go. Fellow Canuck. Yes, and it is free to do. So if you haven't hit the like, pop out of chat, hit that like. When you come back into chat, make sure you've got live chat selected at the top of your chat screen so you don't miss anything. Yes, we have jury selection here too. Yes. Rachel Johnson, please do not mention other channels, other news outlets, any creators in my chat. We don't do that here. I think the U.S. needs to adopt the way Canada's way of interrogating suspects. That's interesting. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about that. Me from Texas.
I'll double check, but they should be.
The thing is, if you're out on parole, then you're back in and you have to serve your full 25 years before you can apply for parole again. So it's a lot wishy-washy. I just don't like it at all. They interrogate the same way as anybody else, I believe, but I'm not sure what they meant by that, so... Okay, so the judge has said, from what Pierrette's saying here, that they will be able to go home each night during the trial, but I do believe once they go into deliberations, they're sequestered. Oh, wow. Yeah, I was talking about here in Canada, Irene, Eileen. Some people that are serving life sentences or get a life sentence, they're out in 10 with good behavior. Most end up reoffending and then are back in to serve the rest of their 25 years, whatever was left. They lose all their good time or whatever. It's just ridiculous. And ours is, it's like fishing, catch and release. Like people are getting arrested over and over and over and over again. They're getting arrested while they're out on bail. They go in front of the judge and they're released again. They've already breached their bail once. Why are they being released again? You know, that's what I don't like about our system here. Send them all to Snake Island. It's okay, Rachel. Just so you know, I don't know if you knew, but we don't do that here. And we don't have the death penalty here in Canada either. No, jurors that are dismissed are just that. They are dismissed. They're gone. The only ones that need to still hear everything are the 6 alternates. So they're going to have 18. 12 that are sitting on the jury and 6 alternates. But they're not going to know who the alternates are going to be. So all 18 will be in that box. Once closing statements are done, the judge will then send 12 of them back to the jury room to deliberate. The other 6, from what I understand, are told they can go home, but they still cannot discuss the trial, discuss anything they heard. They're not allowed to watch anything about the trial, anything, in case something happens during deliberations and they have to excuse a juror member. Then one of those 6 alternates will be brought back. Yeah, they do have, even once you're, especially if you're released on parole, there's conditions. Like if you're charged with a crime, an SA crime against a child, you're never allowed around children under the age of 16. I've watched a lot of Canadian interrogation. I don't generally watch a lot of the U.S. interrogation. I worked in the legal field for over 30 years. Worked in criminal law. Everything from criminal trials to PI work to skip tracing and process serving. So I do know what in Canada interrogation, how we do it here. Not every one of us does it the same, so it's an open-ended answer, I guess. Yes, I agree, Mr. Weather's mom. Sweet Vampy, no, it is lunchtime here, actually. It's 18 minutes, well, 20 minutes past 12 in the afternoon here. They'll be going home every day during the trial, but once deliberations start, they will be sequestered. No, up near Ottawa. Exactly, Shannon's Copper. You got me on your TV? Woohoo! I made TV. Oh, Vicky, I love you. Jennifer Duran, no. I knew, how can I say this? I knew one of them, okay? Not Della Millard or Mark Smitch, but the Bosma family. I knew the family members, so I don't do that when I know the family. I think it should be an automatic death sentence. Carla Homolka. You got her name almost spelt right. It's H-O, Homolka. I was born and raised in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. And this happened in St. Catharines. And Port Dalhousie, to be exact. But yeah, Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, they not only SA'd her sister, Carla and Paul were married. They SA'd her sister, who then died due to some kind of chemical they put on her face. And they went on to kill 2 other Burlington teenagers after SAing them and videotaping it and everything. Yeah, that was a deal with the devil that they made with Carla Homolka, because I believe that she was right in there doing it all with them. So, oh, thank you, sweet Vampy. RCMP are the best. OPP, they're good. Don't get me wrong, because I have most of my family works in law enforcement. So, but RCMP are the best. You don't want to get on the bad side of them. Good to have you here, Lulu. Yeah, she changed it a couple times, and the funny thing is she's married now with 3 or 4 kids. And she married her attorney's brother. I agree, Chopper. Thank you, Marie. You're very welcome, Sensible Crime. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I agree. I'm just hoping that Kay and Larry are allowed to remain in that courtroom. I don't know if I explained it really good it's sometimes when you type stuff or send messages, it doesn't come across as you want it. I am so for Kay and Larry being in that courtroom. It was Kay's son from a previous marriage that fathered JJ. Him and his girlfriend gave up custody and let him be adopted out. Charles and Lori adopted him. So the way the judge is saying it is because Kay's son gave up all his parental rights, that she is no longer a grandmother, she's an aunt. But even if she was still grandmothers and aunts are not classified as immediate family. So their laws over there are, unless you are immediate family, either a mother, father, brother, or sister of the victim, then you are and you are being called as a witness in the case, then you can sit in the courtroom. But if you're not a mother, father, brother, or sister, then you're not classified as immediate family. And if you're being called as a witness in the case, then you are not allowed to sit in the courtroom. So I'm really praying that this judge has some mercy and allows Kate and Larry to be in that courtroom. If it wasn't for them, you guys, we wouldn't even know that JJ and Tylee were missing. They're the ones that brought this to the police's attention. Yeah, and I do believe when Kay's son gave up JJ, they did have him for a bit, but I guess they had some health problems or whatever. They needed him to be adopted, and that's why Kay's brother Charles adopted JJ. Charles was married to Lori at the time. So that's how, yeah, they are victims. They are. But regardless, even if the defense is really going hard on this, and this is because of Lori. This is Lori's last stab at Kay because she's peeved off that Charles canceled her as beneficiary of his life insurance policy, his $1 million life insurance policy, and Kay got it. He listed Kay as the beneficiary. So, that's what Lori is peeved off at. So Lori is pulling, the only card left that she really has to hurt Kay is to say, they're not immediate family. I don't want them in the courtroom because they're going to be testifying. And the judge has to follow the law. So, I mean, that's horrible for her to do what she just did. But let's hope the judge rules that Kay and Larry can stay in the courtroom. Like I said, if it wasn't for Kay and Larry, nobody would even know that these children are missing or deceased. You know what I mean? Colby is allowed in because he is a sibling. He's going to be called as a witness also, but because he is a brother to JJ and Tylee, he is allowed to be in the courtroom even though he's on the witness list because he's classified as immediate family, which is mother, father, brother, or sister of the victims. The thing is, I've heard that Colby is not going to be in court. The only time he's going to court is when he has to testify. Yes, they are on break right now, you guys. Sweet Vanphy, you can be in court if you are an aunt, uncle, cousin, whatever, as long as you're not on the witness list. If you're on the witness list, there is a law that states if you're on the witness list, if you're going to be called as a witness in any court case, unless you are immediate family, which is mother, father, brother, or sister, then you cannot sit and watch the trial. You can't even watch it via Zoom. You can't. So this is where the big divide is what is considered immediate family. The judge read out that immediate family is mother, father, brother, or sister of the victim. So that's where the defense is going crazy, saying, well, she's not immediate family. She's right now classified as an aunt because Charles, her brother, was adopted father to JJ. The grandparents could go in, Leslie, if they weren't on the witness list, but they're on the witness list. So the defense has pulled out this old law stating unless you're immediate family and you're on the witness list, you can't be in the courtroom. Here, we have it the same way. If you are going to be called as a witness, regardless of who you are, you're not allowed in the courtroom until after you testified. So if you're called first to testify, you can stay for the remainder of the trial in the courtroom. But if you're fourth or fifth down the line, you can't be in the courtroom until after you have testified. Porter 64. Yes, but there are rules on who is classified as a victim. And the law that the defense pulled up states the victims are immediate family: mother, father, brother, sister, not aunts, uncles, grandparents, cousins, whatever. Yes, I would assume that they would be able to be in the courtroom after testifying. That's how it works here in Canada. I don't know about the US. But the defense clearly brought up the law and read out the law on it, saying that the victims are mother, father, brother, sister. Hang on a sec, you guys. They're seating the jury now, you guys. What they're doing right now is, I think there's like 30 something jurors left. They're going over which ones they're getting rid of and everything, so it shouldn't be long. Okay. Chopper, please stop that. The prosecution did point out a bunch of stuff. Let's just keep that and let the judge decide. I'm not going to get into a big argument about it. I know the prosecution is doing everything in their power, pulling up different parts of the law that they think relates to it. The judge is going to go over it. That's why he took it under advisement. So let's just wait and see what the judge says about that. I can still hear the judge in the background, you guys. Kay Young, right now it is 12:33 in the afternoon. So it's 10:33 in Colorado. Thank you, Chapa. But yeah, we're gonna wait and see what the judge decides. He took it under advisement. So we're gonna see. Yes, once the jury is seated, they will have a break, maybe an hour for lunch, and then the opening statements will start. We don't know how long that's going to be. It shouldn't be much longer to get this jury seated. That's what they are doing now. Yeah, and that's sad. As far as I'm concerned, if it wasn't for Larry and Kay, nobody would even know that these children were missing, let alone deceased. So I've got pretty harsh feelings when it comes to what the defense is trying to do with trying to keep them out. I believe they should be allowed in that courtroom. Whether they're testifying or not, I believe they should be in there. Brittany, I don't know what you're talking about. Will they pick some of the jurors from the 11th? They're picking them right now. They've already dismissed a whole bunch. They're trying to break it down to the 18 right now as we speak. And then the opening statements will be, will start. Yes, Cassandra, I am in Canada. Me too. I hope the judge says, Chopper, that they're allowed in. Right below the video that you are watching, you, Kate, you will see a subscribe button. You can join memberships or you can just be a subscriber. Subscribing doesn't cost anything. Right now, they've already dismissed a whole bunch of jurors. They had the full 120 there. My soul's captain says, I have a question, Willow. Can prosecutors call them first? That's what they just may do. Just to make sure that they can stay. That would be one way for them to stay, have them in the courtroom, is to call them first. Yes, she is charged in Charles' death too. Thank you, Laurel, for hitting that bell. Potter, they're already on the prosecution's list, so... And yes, she is facing charges in the death of Charles. Missy, I covered them all the best I can. The Valo Daybell trials are not going to be broadcast, so I will give a recap on them. Right now, they're only selecting the jury in the Valo Daybell case, in Lori's case. So just what we went through to get the jury, the 120 for this case, that's what they're doing right now over in the Valo case. Did I say Idaho, Alexa? Sorry. She's charged in Arizona for Charles' death. Okay, give me 2 seconds, you guys, and I'll be right back. Yes, Richard, we are showing the whole trial. I do have the full witness list somewhere. I would have to look it up. Yes, as far as I know, it's only Lori. Because as we know, yes, her brother is deceased and they couldn't link Charles to him. They're also, yeah, she's charged with JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. She's also charged in Arizona for Charles, and they are looking into her husband, Ryan, with Tylee's biological dad. Chad is charged with JJ, Tylee, and his wife, Tammy. The opening statements will be starting as soon as they seat this jury. That's what they are preparing to do right now. Yes, they're all in jail. Lori and Chad are in jail. And Alex is deceased, so he's in a jail of where it's very warm. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think that they're going to try and pin it all on Alex too, but the thing is, Chad is the one that messaged Tammy and said, I just shot a raccoon while I was burning branches. It came across the fence and it's now buried in our pet cemetery. Well, the only thing that was buried in the pet cemetery that day was Tylee. The only thing that was burned that day was Tylee. So he basically ratted himself out. Sorry, you guys, I'm just trying to move some stuff around here as we are waiting for the judge and that to come back. So please bear with me. Thank you for subscribing, Rebecca. I appreciate you. And as far as Lori, you guys, it's concerning to me because they can't put her there. There's no cell phone data, there's no pings, there's no nothing that I know of that puts her at Chad's house when those kids were buried there. Now, there was plenty of evidence that put both Alex and Chad there, but there is nothing that put Lori there. That's what I'm concerned about. Chad texts Tammy that he was burning limbs. Yeah, that's what I just said. That's what is going to sink Chad, because he's going to say that he wasn't there, but he sent that text to Tammy that day, the same day that Alex was there, saying that he was burning limbs and shot a raccoon and buried it in the pet cemetery. The only thing that was found there was no raccoon ever found. The only thing that was found was a family dog from long ago and Tylee. Subscribe. Thank you, Anna. Subscribed, and I'm very picky about my subscribe. Well, I'm glad you chose us. Thank you, Anna. Colleen says she probably had Alex's phone instead of hers. I don't think that's true, because they can prove that once that phone left Chad's house, it went to a taco place and they have him on camera at the taco place. And his phone was at the taco place, so that's how that they can prove that it was Alex, because they had him on video at a taco place after he left there. So, like I said, there's a lot of evidence against Alex and Chad, but I don't see where they have anything against Lori, which is scary. I'm not saying no. Sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. It's not that they don't have anything against Lori. They don't have her phone at Chad's or anything when this apparently happened with the kids when they were buried on Chad's property. They have Alex and Chad there. Yes, welcome to everybody that's in here today and the new subscribers. Welcome. Thank you for being here. All right. Don't mind me, you guys. I'm just trying to get myself situated better here. Oops, I'm hearing voices. I will never believe he did anything, but that's just me. Sweet Vampy, you don't believe Alex did anything? I think if Alex hadn't have shot Charles to death, I think I would have maybe a different opinion. But being that he shot Charles and Charles died, I have a hard time believing that he wasn't involved in this. And the evidence is just there to prove that he was there when this all happened.
Counsel, while I'm doing this, I want you two to compare with each other. Compare with each other, and we'll do the same once I get it marked out.
Pierrette, that is horrible. Horrible. Whitney, they will start as soon as the judge is finished doing it. He's going to be releasing a whole bunch more. They are picking the jury now.
Counsel approach, please.
Dennis, sorry, I removed that where you put Mr. T in your comment. YouTube is very picky mentioning the former president, and I don't want to get demonetized. Yeah, Alexa says Lori and Alex had a weird relationship. I agree. Oh, thank you, Richard. We try. We are very friendly over here. We're one big family. So thank you for being here. And yeah, Lori and Alex had a really weird relationship. You're very welcome.
Okay.
I don't know, Lucky Ducky. I think she is still memorized by him, and she still thinks that they're in this loving relationship. And I don't know. Maybe they're I don't know, girl. You know what? I think that they're going to try and make another portal so they can be together again. Because I think they're both going to be in jail for the rest of their lives. But I think they're coming up with an idea for another portal. We'll have to watch and see. And Sweet Vampy says, I will never believe, believe she's speaking about Alex, did anything, but that's just me. I believe it's Lori and Chad. Yeah, Patty, he had said, he told Tammy that he was burning branches and whatnot. And as he was doing that and cleaning up the backyard before this big rainstorm was going to come, he seen a raccoon going across the fence. And he's saying one shot and that raccoon was dead. He's now in our pet cemetery. That's what he had said to Tammy. But it was actually Tylee that he did that to, in my opinion. That's okay, lovely lyrics. I'm sitting here in pain too, so that's why I keep getting up and walking around a bit and trying to stretch out. We will be here, Laurel. Do what you have to do, hon. We will be here.
All right, what I'm gonna do now is, much like we did on the other days.
Mona, a lot of hard work.
And is
A
released,
lot, that's
but
all I can say is a
everybody
lot of
wait
hard
in your
work.
seats.
Here we go.
Have the attorneys confirm that this is, in fact, the jury. So.
Okay, so
juror
this
number
is the
one,
jury, you
Julie
guys.
Stang. Juror number 2, juror number 3, 7, juror 13, juror 14,
Yes, it will still be on my YouTube channel once it's done, under the live tab. Okay, so I've heard, as he goes further back in the courtroom, it's harder to hear.
So those people whose numbers I have called, stay in your seats. Everyone else is released with the thanks to the court.
Okay, so they've got the jury. I only heard 9 of them being called. So they have the jury, you guys. They have the 18 that they need. Those are going to be the jury for this trial. Next is going to be, I think he will speak to these jurors for a few minutes, and they will call a lunch break. After lunch, opening statements. This live stream is going to stay up. So during the lunch break, you guys will be able to chat back and forth. Please keep it classy. Please watch the swear words and the demonetizing words, like another word for death. Yes, this will be available for a replay. It will be under my live tab.
Number 7, if you move down here next to juror number 3, then juror number, actually, let's do it this way. 14, if you'll take that seat right there. 13, if you'll take the seat in between. Juror 13. Seat. Follow through. Juror 65. Seat. Face. It's the following.
Oh yes, Crafty Chris, yes. Certain words in the chat will get you demonetized.
70. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess. What's going to happen is that Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to show you where it is that you meet, because now things change. What will happen is you'll come into the courthouse. Mr. Combs will meet you at a place. He'll talk to you about that, about how to get into the courthouse. He'll bring you in, and you'll come down the back hallway instead of the front hallway. And there's 2 rooms back here that we have for you, actually. So they'll go through that process. He'll explain how to get back there, what it is that you need to do to contact him. We also will have some juror buttons for you. We will have sort of a tablet that has some notebook paper and some pens and things like that. And if I can, before we go much further, if I can have everyone stand and raise their right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you and each of you will well and truly try the matter at issue between the people of the state of Colorado and Letecia Stauch, the defendant, and render a true verdict according to the evidence?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. Now that you've been selected as jurors, there are some rules that you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow in every case. During the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decision must be made inside this place, and you must follow its rules. You must decide this case based only on the evidence and the law presented in the courtroom. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that this is a fair trial. There are 2 basic rules. First of all, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. You cannot discuss the case while it is pending. You can talk about all kinds of things back there, just not the case. And I know it's a natural reaction that, what did you think about that witness's testimony as soon as you get back there? You simply cannot do that. In addition, you must not do any independent investigation or research about this case. I want to go over these rules in some detail because they are very important. In addition, if I learn that any of these rules have been violated, it may be that we have to start trial all over again on a new date in front of a new panel, and we have to go through the whole process again. So these rules are very, very important. Please follow them. You must not discuss this case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you have heard all of the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. That's when all of the evidence is done. I've given you the instructions and you've heard the closing arguments. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not permit anyone else to discuss this case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, please report that fact to Mr. Sproul or Mr. Combs immediately. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury, and you can inform them of how long the trial will last. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from jury service. Do not communicate with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror in this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or website. That's really important. We had a case not too long ago where they were about, actually, I think they were in deliberations, and one of the jurors was starting to blog about their experience. And a mistrial had to be declared, and they had to reset the trial and start all over. Once this case is done, you can talk to anybody you want. You can tell them as much or as little as you like about the process. But while it's going, you can't. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this. This applies whether you are here, at home, or anyone else. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary to clarify terms that may be used in this case. Why do we have such a long instruction on this? Because in my experience, I think jurors are trying to be conscientious. I think jurors sometimes go home and they say, gee, I didn't really understand that. They try and look something up so that they can have a better understanding about what's going on in the courtroom. You can't do that. Here's why. First of all, before any evidence can be presented in the courtroom, it must be allowed pursuant to the rules of evidence. This book, it's in this book, the rules of evidence, governs evidence that's admissible in any trial, whether it's civil, criminal, otherwise. And those rules are in place to make sure that the evidence that you're looking at is reliable and it's admissible. And you may be looking at something on the internet, on the news, or whatever, and I can fairly guarantee you that that does not meet the rules of evidence for admissible evidence in a courtroom. In addition, before you receive evidence in this case, as I said, remember, nothing that the attorneys say ever is evidence. Evidence comes from somebody who comes up here, swears to tell the truth. You won't see the attorneys do that. You won't see anybody on the news do that. You won't see anybody on the internet do that. So they come in, first of all, they swear to tell the truth. Secondly, they're subject to questioning and cross-examination by both sides. And that's, it's referred to sometimes as the crucible of cross-examination, to make sure that the information that you get is truthful or is accurate. And if you're looking up things or you're talking with somebody else, neither one of those are going to apply. So make sure that you don't do that. In addition, if you were to do that, I've told you that you can't discuss this case among yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else. If you had done that, no one would know that you had done it. And it's possible that you may be making a decision in this case based on information that neither side knows about. And that's just not fair. We don't decide things on secret information in a courtroom of law. Breaking any of these rules would violate your oath and could require a new trial before a new jury. Your misconduct would have wasted all the time that you, your fellow jurors, the court, the attorneys, and everybody have spent in putting this jury panel together and putting this trial together. So please, please, please do not do those things. Again, after trial is over and you have been discharged as jurors, you're free to discuss anything that you want to with anybody that you want to. You just can't do it while we are in trial. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. When we come back, I'll have some further instructions for you and tell you what you can expect this afternoon. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Welcome back, Marie. Okay, so they're going to take a little break and then the judge will be back. Thank you. You may be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So the plan is when we come back, I'll go through the preliminaries of what the jury can expect this afternoon as far as opening statements, those sorts of things. And then opening statements at 1:30, an hour per side. I'm not going to require evidence. If you have some that you want to put on, if you're not ready to put on evidence until tomorrow, that's fine. I told you that you didn't have to do it today, but we're a little bit farther ahead than what I thought we would be. So
the first witness that we intended to call, we've already told them.
it's a long day for them. I think it may be, you know, a lot for them to process and getting back and forth and all of that stuff. So that's fine. If we end up at, let's see, 3:30 or so, I'll let them go home. And then we will start up with evidence tomorrow. During the lunch break, you need to do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure whatever it is that you want to do, video, audio, all of that stuff is all ready to go. Are you planning on using photos, anything like that in your opening statement? Have you told them what it is? Okay. Okay, all right, just want to make sure. You're playing it from your laptop? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not, that should be fine. I should be able to regulate it from up here. The issue will be, I don't think it's connected to the microphones. Hold on just a minute. We should be okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. And Mr. Tellini, you wanted to renew your motions? Or did you have anything else? Sure, okay, all right, then we'll take our break now. All right. You want her, you want her at the table or in the,
No, you can
behind you?
find it in the gallery. but
Okay.
Maybe coming in now.
That's fine.
Anything, maybe.
You will need to let security know who that is, because everybody else, I've said everybody aside from staff and people that are associated with the case, once they leave, they don't get back in
Okay.
until we take a break. So just let them know who it is. All right, court will be in recess then. Say 11:20.
Okay, so they're taking a break for 15 minutes. Let me just change the banner. Okay. Angelique, yes, we will be covering the whole trial. Opening statements sometimes take a while, depending on how long their opening statements are. The district attorney is going to go first. They're going to give their opening statements on what they think happened with Gannon, what evidence they think is going to prove that she did this. They also have an extra burden to prove that she was not insane at the time. They have to prove that she was in her right mind when she did this, so that the jury can find her guilty. But if the jury finds her not guilty by reason of insanity, that's not good. Okay? So the district attorney not only has to prove that Letecia did this beyond a reasonable doubt, they also have to prove that she was sane at the time. The defense does not have to put on a defense at all if they don't want to. They don't have to call one witness if they don't want to. And from what I'm seeing is, I don't know how many they've got, but we'll see what happens. The judge did not deny her request to self-represent. The judge let her. She, in turn, turned around and decided that she didn't want to represent herself anymore, and she wanted new lawyers. She didn't want her old ones. She wanted new ones. So the judge did not say that she could not represent herself. So I'm going to remove that. Okay, let me just catch up back here and chat, you guys. Whitney, she is in court. They have 18 jurors. All 18 will be sitting in the jury box. At the end of closing arguments, the judge will then pick the 12 that are going to go into deliberations.
And then you push. Yeah. And that's all.
Virginia's
Yeah, they're going to do the opening statements today, and then tomorrow they will be starting with the evidence. Whitney, if she behaves in the courtroom, she will stay in the courtroom. Otherwise, she will be put in a cell just outside the courtroom. Anna, they are taking another break just to get things in order before they start the opening statements.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Kathy Ann, if there's ads, it's because you don't have YouTube Premium. Even on the lives now, YouTube puts ads. There's nothing we can do to control that. So yes, there are 6 alternates.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
we've all got notifications from YouTube, all the creators, that ads will be appearing in lives. There's nothing we can do about it, you guys. That's how YouTube makes their money. They don't charge, well, they keep 30% of our revenue, but without this, without YouTube, I wouldn't be able to bring this to you guys. So they got to make their money somewhere. Not much we can do about it, guys.
Okay, I have more. No, I have more. Did you spill coffee on that one?
Smarted myself.
Yes, opening statements are going to start shortly.
So
I don't know if they're going to take a lunch
it's easy
first.
enough to do. No, it's easy. It's easy enough to do.
Yeah, if you're not seeing the ads, you guys, it's because you have YouTube Premium. Anybody who has YouTube Premium, you don't see the ads. Angel, opening statements will start shortly. They've got the jury and everything now. He's just got a few instructions. Right now, hang on. Right now, they are showing the jury how they will be coming into the room, into the courthouse daily. And then once they come back, there'll be a few more things that the judge has to go over with them. They may take a lunch break, and then after lunch, there will be opening statements. I don't think she was insane either, Jamie.
You don't sound a whole lot better.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm.
Still bothering you, huh?
Bit. I feel okay though.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just, you can hear it in your nose. So.
It's his fault that now I'm stuffed up today.
Right down the line.
There you go.
That's why I stay away over here. There's a lot of sick kids out there right now. And there is a vicious stomach bug. Yeah. I think you're more, when you still have kids in school, you're more
Yeah, that's true.
to what's going on.
All of our question answers.
Okay, yeah, just put them on Mr. Combs' desk.
No problem, Summer. Yeah, with YouTube Premium, you guys, you get a lot
Okay,
more than
thank you.
just blocking the ads. You get the music stuff, you get movies, you get all kinds of stuff with it.
Pardon?
But as a creator, I have to have the YouTube Premium because if
You
not,
mean the screens?
No,
I'm in trouble.
Oh, no, I might start it when they come back. Well, yeah, because there's not a way to, we're not set up for it right now. So
Yes, please
I'll
take the time
start the
to
video after lunch,
Give a
yeah.
thumbs up, please, on the video. Pop out a chat, hit that like button.
That's fair.
It keeps me doing this for you guys and it supports the channel. Without your support, I can't continue to do this. So if you do want to continue seeing it, please smash that like. Thank you for the super chat. That chick channel, thank you. It also helps to bring this to you guys. But the best way to do it for free, if you can't afford the super chat, super stickers, is to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's all free to do. There is no cameras or nothing in the Lori Daybell trial. The best that they can do is get the audio at the end of the day. Yeah, she tried everything else, and this is her last attempt. Thank you. Jiminy Cricket, thank you, and welcome. Yeah, you can multitask and everything with premium too, so. You're very welcome, Ask Aunt Mona. Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, I have my questions regarding that too, Chopper. Chimney Cricket, please do not mention any other channels, news outlets, creators, anything here. We don't do that here. Thank you, Nana, for getting rid of that comment. Thank you, Chopper. Yeah, she's admitting she did it, but she's saying that she was not guilty by reason of insanity when she did it. Well, thank you for being here, Patricia. Welcome to the family. So, as you guys are all here, during the lunch break, I will leave the chat up. The stream will be up. So when this starts up again and we got the audio, the video, everything, we'll be able to see everything that's going on once opening statements start. It has nothing to do with that, Chopper. Nothing to do with that whatsoever. We don't mention other channels or anything here because I don't want to be brought into the drama that's going on in the true crime community. I want just verified information coming out. So that's why I asked not to mention what you've heard, what you've seen. Don't mention that other stuff. Thank you, Mimi. Yes, it is based on respect. Sean. Oh, what drama? If you've been around the true crime community, you know exactly what drama I'm talking about. Amanda, no, they're taking, it's right on the screen there in pink. You have big letters across the bottom. They're on a 15-minute break. They just seated the jury. The jury is being shown where they will be required to enter and exit the court building each day, where they will be going during breaks, etc. They will then be coming back into the courtroom. The judge will give them a few more instructions. Opening statements will start after that. Right? Well, she had to remind when she got the fake polygraph, right? Oh, thank you, Marie. You're too kind. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for being here. They haven't said how long lunch break will be today. I believe it'll be about an hour, so. Yeah, a lot of drama in the true crime community, and I just refuse to be part of it. So that's why I don't allow mentioning other creators, other channel names, at other media outlets, what you heard somewhere else. I don't allow any of that here. I give you guys verified information. If I can't verify it, I don't allow it on the channel. That keeps everything on track here. It keeps us out of the drama. I don't allow bullying. I don't allow victim shaming, stuff like that. So this is a safe place for everybody.
Okay. Sure.
First off, Your Honor, I am reaffirming my motion for a change.
No problem, Amanda. I'm not exactly sure when. I think he has a little bit more instructions for the jury, and then he may call lunch. But this stream will be up throughout the whole thing, so when they do come back from lunch, we will have it live. Oh, well, I'm glad you chose us, Richard, and welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Because this one was the last motion that I filed.
Absolutely. Best mods here, Sean, so thank you for being here. We are live right now, you guys.
I also cite the court to people, Botham, Colorado Supreme Court.
Very welcome, Butterfly Diana. Nice to see you.
589, Colorado Supreme Court. And a lot of similar issues.
I have not, Summer Dawn.
Overwhelming media presence, much like Botham.
Our condolences to you, Dawn. Hugs and sending prayers your way.
Indicated that it is. They cite in that a case from the United States, for Florida, that's that 95 SC 7. Quote is, in a community where most veneer men will admit to qualifying prejudice,
We're not in slow mode yet, Jamie, but that may happen.
Or is it more probable that they are part of a community deeply hostile to the accused? Or likely they may unwittingly have been influenced.
Thank you, sensible crime.
So I would rest on the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prosecution?
What we learned during jury selection is that while there was certainly a lot of media coverage for this case, jurors that were seated just sort of extensive explanation by both parties and that if they had seen
Well, welcome, Dina.
people are able to this information.
No, no links are allowed here. Only mods or myself can post links. We don't mention other channels, other creators, other news sources here. Sorry about that, Sean, but those are just the rules.
This case based on what happened. That we end up seeing in each one. All
Thank you, Leslie.
two other motions.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
The prosecution goes first, Dana. Okay, Chopper, we got it. I appreciate your comments, but let's just let that go now
All
regarding
right.
other channels.
First of all, I've made a ruling regarding this before. I would reassert that ruling. But in addition, we've gone through, well, first of all, everybody wanted to have a questionnaire about what people knew about this case, and I thought that that was appropriate. It was something that we were going to have to deal with, whether we dealt with it in a questionnaire and whether we didn't. But the questionnaire was provided prior to the time that any of the jurors received instructions on the law and what it was that was required, the presumption of innocence, the beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to remain silent, those sorts of things, which is something that all the jurors were advised about during
Thank you,
the
crime
voir
time.
dire sessions. In addition, the jury has been seated at this point in time, and one of the instructions that I gave them was they can't do their own research about any aspect of this case, and they can't rely on any media and those sorts of things. And I told them why.
No, Dana, it's in
And
Colorado.
that's because of the applicability of the rules of evidence, and that whatever they heard or whatever they listened to was not subject to the same things that evidence in a courtroom is, such as the witnesses are sworn to tell the truth or they take an oath to do so. They're also subject to cross-examination and examination by the attorneys, and any of the evidence that is going to be admissible must be admissible pursuant to the rules of evidence. So I tell them why they can't rely on it. I think that it goes against common sense to say that because someone has an opinion about something means that they have to be disqualified per se.
It's the
In
judge.
People versus Drake, 748 Pacific 2nd, 1237, Colorado, 1988, the court said that the test to be applied in determining whether a prospective juror should be dismissed for cause is whether the person would be able to set aside any preconceived notion and render an impartial verdict based on the evidence adduced at trial and instructions given by the court. And all of the jurors in this case have said that they can do that. They all seem to understand the court's instructions. In fact, when I was telling this jury panel why it is that they couldn't do research about anything and why they shouldn't listen to the media and those sorts of things, I got a number of nods of the head as to, indicating to me that seemed to make sense to them. So the motion for change of venue is denied. In addition, it would be difficult for,
I believe they are, Deborah.
essentially, I think it was Judge Schwartz that had the story about he moved a case to, I believe it was Durango, based on pretrial publicity. And then the Sunday before they were supposed to start jury selection, the local newspaper ran a story about everything that was in the case. Again, I think given the coverage that this has had, we need to keep in mind that we need to have some sort of venue to try it. I would note that this case is not really different than the Dylan Redwine case that was tried in, was it La Plata County? It was down in Pagosa Springs. The Holmes case that was tried in Aurora, and those sorts of cases. So the motion is denied. Are there any other motions we need to address?
Because I think, and I don't.
Oh,
Thank you,
All right.
Committee Cricket. Thank you so much for your support and donation.
defense?
I appreciate you.
All right. And just so that the record is clear, Ms. Stauch, you wish to waive a jury and have this case tried to me? Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant responded yes. Again, I think that the case law is clear that in some cases where a jury cannot be, where a fair and impartial jury cannot be seated, that the court has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the defendant has a fair and impartial jury. And if one cannot be seated, then the case should be tried to the court. Having said that, the law is also clear that absent that circumstance, the prosecution has a right to have this case tried to a jury. And I believe that I have put mechanisms in place to make sure that we have a fair and impartial jury. And as a result of that, I do not believe that it is necessary that I and I alone decide these issues. As a result of that, the motion to waive a jury is denied. Is there another motion? Okay, we good? Let's
This
bring him
is
in.
the judge that is talking right now. For all of you wondering what he looks like, that's him.
And just so that you guys know, now use the front hallway. Use the front hallway when you're coming in. So it's just flipped from what we did before.
Thank you, Kat Shep, for your super sticker.
And each side will have a reserved
I appreciate
pew,
that.
I guess, behind them. Yeah, that bench behind you, that first bench is reserved for the defense. That first bench reserved for the prosecution.
That's the only,
That's the DA's problem. And you can let them know that if there are issues that I need to address, I will address them.
She wanted just a trial by the judge, but the judge said no, not in this case. That was decided long ago, so I don't know why he just brought it up again. Yes, Dana Butte. Thank you again, Kat Shep, for your super sticker. Yes, you will see it all here. The video is not going to start until they start opening statements, and that will be shortly. It will be this afternoon. But she's always asked for, she didn't want a jury trial. She wanted a bench trial.
What?
Enjoy your birthday party, Elizabeth.
You would have to ask admin, but not as far as I know. Because we're doing it as a live webinar, not as far as I know. I frankly don't think there's any space.
Insignificant, again, thanks, Cat Chap. I just said the video will not be shown until opening statements. That's when the video part of it starts.
All rise for the jury, please.
Surely the video will come when they start opening statements. They just finished sitting the jury. That's why we don't have video right now, but we will once they start opening
okay.
statements, which is next.
All right, thank you. You may all be seated. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to apologize because I forgot to tell you one of the most important things that you need to remember before you left the courtroom. And that was, look to your left and make sure that the person that is to your left comes through that door before you do. If you do that, you're going to be fine. Otherwise, you're climbing over each other to get to your seats, and I apologize for that. It's a rule that I always say, and for whatever reason, I forgot this time, and sometimes I do, and I apologize for that. So you've all been given juror buttons, and you have notebooks with notepads on them. Here's a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. While you are in the courthouse, please wear your juror buttons. You don't need to wear them outside of the courthouse, but please wear them inside the courthouse. It does a couple of things. First of all, it lets everybody know that you are a juror. So you may see other jurors that are wandering around with other juror buttons as well. What that does is it tells people that you are a juror. So it means that if potentially you run into witnesses, attorneys, somebody who may know something about the case, they will stop talking when you are around. Don't take that personally. They're trying to avoid even an appearance of impropriety. Again, don't take that personally. Secondly, it identifies you as a Division 15 juror. The courthouse can be intimidating. It can be overwhelming. And the architects who designed it designed all the hallways to look almost identical. It's an unusual place. People are sometimes anxious when they get here, even jurors as well. And so sometimes they get off on the wrong floor. And we have had jurors in the past become misplaced. Having that button on explains that you are a Division 15 juror. It will help a staff person help you get to where you need to be. So please wear them in the courthouse, but you do not need to wear them outside the courthouse. Mr. Combs has told you how to get in the courthouse in the morning. When you get out of the court, or when you come back after lunch, you'll come back through the Tejon Street exit, just like you did when you first came here, and how you got in this morning. You'll use that same process. Just come up to the 4th floor. Did you show them the video phones?
No, Jack talked about it.
Okay, so before you go, they'll show you where the video phones are, but they're right outside the elevator. You'll need to call us and we can let you in. So in addition, you've all been given juror pads. They have some information, parking information and for you. That's typically the one that is the most important for the jurors. We will also have some parking passes for you towards the end of the day. Don't leave without getting one of those. Make sure that you get one. It will make your life easier. It also has contact information for the county in case it gets lost. But I don't anticipate that's going to happen. But in the event that you need the contact information, it's also there. Your packet also has a question form on it. In Colorado, we do not allow, or we used to not allow jurors to ask questions. There's been a number of reforms over the years, and one of the reforms is we do allow jurors to ask questions of witnesses now. It has to be in a very specific format, however. You do not get to stand up and do your very best Perry Mason imitation. Instead, what will happen is when the witness comes on, suppose the prosecution is calling the witness. The witness will take the witness stand. The prosecution will ask some questions. The defense will cross-examine, and then the prosecution will do something called redirect. After that, the lawyers are done. What I then do is I ask, do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? If so, you raise your hand, you write your question down, you put it on the bar in front of you. I'll have somebody retrieve it. They come up here and you get to listen to that wonderful noise. And the attorneys and I will talk about your question. I have to apply the same rules of evidence and law to your questions as I would to a question asked by an attorney. If the rules of law and evidence don't allow your question to be asked, I can't ask it. I can tell you that over the years, I've asked probably better than 95% of the questions that are submitted. If I don't ask a question, it's not a reflection on the juror, and you should think nothing of it. In addition, you shouldn't guess or speculate as to what the answer to that question may be. In addition, you've been given notebook paper. You can take notes. The notes are purely and entirely for you and you alone. Once this case is done, those notes are immediately destroyed. Nobody reads them. We don't grade them for penmanship, accuracy, anything else like that. So whether you want to take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. I am going to read a couple of instructions that may help you going forward. One of the instructions is you may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. In addition, evidence may be either direct or circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances from which the existence or non-existence of other facts may reasonably be inferred. All other evidence is direct evidence. The law makes no distinction between the effect of direct and circumstantial evidence. Suppose, for instance, that when my children were younger, they had baked some chocolate chip cookies, and I told them that they couldn't have any until I got home. So I get home, I find the lid off of the cookie jar, and I find half of the cookies gone. I could conclude from that evidence alone that it most likely was not my teenage son that got into them because there are still some left. So I think of the next most logical culprits, and I call the twins downstairs. Sam comes down looking like she always does. She has a nice clean face and a nice clean shirt. I ask her if she had any of the cookies. She says no, at which point Kate comes barreling around the corner, running into Sam, and she has some crumbs on her mouth and some chocolate on her shirt. I did not see Kate actually take the lid off of the cookie jar, reach in, and take out a cookie. But I can conclude from what I do see, that's exactly what she did. The law makes no distinction between the effect of direct and circumstantial evidence. When you come back this afternoon, what you can expect is that we will have sort of a short afternoon. And this is on me because for planning, I wasn't sure how long it was going to take to get through the jury process this morning, whether or not we would still be in it this afternoon. So I anticipated that potentially we might have gone into this afternoon. So I flexed that with the attorneys. I said they did not need to present any evidence this afternoon. Evidence will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But when we come back this afternoon, what will happen is the prosecution will start their opening statement, and I've limited each side to an hour. So the prosecution goes first, then the defense goes. Then we will take a break for the day. I'll send everybody home. I'll have some further instructions for you at that point in time. When you come back this afternoon, feel free to bring in some water, some pop, some coffee, anything like that you would like to. If you want to drink something in the jury box, that's okay. Generally, I can't allow food in the jury box. If somebody is diabetic or has an issue with respect to that, let me know because there's a way that we can deal with that. So let us know if that's an issue. You can feel free to stand, stretch. Those seats, I know, are not the most comfortable. I get it. I sit in one that's similar to that a lot, so I understand that. In addition, don't think we have that juror, but in addition, for any of you who are vertically challenged, sometimes you'll find that the seats don't go down low enough. And if that's the case, we have something that you can rest your feet on so you're not feeling like a 5-year-old in a barber chair. And we got one. We got you taken care of. So we will get one of those, and that should help. The other thing is that feel free to bring in a jacket or something like that if you want to. It always feels warm in a courtroom to me, but that's essentially because I'm wearing a blanket all day long. But if you get cold or something like that, just feel free to bring in a jacket. Again, as you know, most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are a few south on Tejon. And your day going forward, your court days will look like this. We need you to be in the place you need to be to meet Mr. Combs in the morning, and he'll get you here so you're here at 9 o'clock. We will start at 9 o'clock. We'll have about a 15-minute recess or a little bit longer than that, somewhere between 10 and 10:30 every day. We'll take a break at noon. We'll come back at 1:15, 1:30, something like that. And we will go into the afternoon, and we will have about a 15 or 20-minute break somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon. Then we will stop at 5 o'clock. When we stop, you will be free to return home. Again, you can go on about your business, do anything that you would normally do, except talk about this case or do anything with respect to this case. If you have questions or issues, contact Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul. They will let me know. And I think that covers most everything that we need to cover. So if we can have everyone back in the jury rooms a little bit before 1:30 so that we can start on time, we should be able to do that. Sounds like it's a beautiful day outside. If you want to go for a walk, that's fine. And we'll see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So we'll be back at 1:30. We'll start evidence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I think that's it. Anybody else? Anybody have anything else? Prosecution, defense? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All right, so we are back at 3:30 Eastern. So that's in an hour and a half. They will be back. 3:30 Eastern time, so an hour and a half from right now. So whatever time zone you're in, we will be back. Court will be starting back up with opening statements. We will see video and audio. They are back in an hour and a half from now. So that is 1:30 Colorado time, 3:30 Eastern. So during this break, you guys, I will keep this open. Let me just see if I got, hang on, I think I can. I'm going to put them all up on screen here. Okay, there we go. I believe that those are the correct times. Yes, there will be audio and video when we come back. It's on the screen, you guys. I have put it up on the screen. Thank you, Summer. You guys too are all amazing also. Perfect. I love that. I love that. Perfect. Perfect. So yes, we will have audio and video when we come back. I'm probably going to lose this stream right here, you guys. You guys are free to chat. I'm going to get a few things done that I need to get done here while they are on break. Yes, in the courtroom right now, it is noon. It's lunch hour, noon. So we will be back here at 3:30 Eastern. So which is in an hour and a half from now. No worries, Misty. It will always be up on my channel. Even once the live ends today, you will be able to find a replay of this in my live tab on my YouTube channel. So you can leave it open and just rewind it. Yes, Christina, all the times are up on... Okay, why did that... Okay, wait a minute, you guys. That's not right, hang on. Why did that not save? Hang on. Save. I gotta save it first. That's why. There we go. Okay, so here we go. 12:30 Pacific time, 1:30 Mountain time, 2:30 Central, and 3:30 Eastern is when court is going to start back up. We will have live video and audio. Piedad. That was confusing me. Yeah, I changed it, but it didn't change for some reason. It's because I forgot to save it, so... No. It is 2 p.m. Eastern right now. It is starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, so an hour and a half from right now. Yes, Elaine, it is being... I will be streaming it live right here. Thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate it. The cameras will be on when we come back. I believe it's done right through the WebEx, but if not, you guys, I will find it. Don't you worry. But it should be right where I have it on now. This is where it should be starting back up again. 1.5 hours from now. I just fixed it. I just fixed it. Thank you, Elaine, for your super sticker. I appreciate it. There are the times on screen right now. I forgot to save it, so I'm not thinking. I'm in a lot of pain right now, so I'm not thinking clearly here, and I forgot. I did change the times to the right times and then forgot to save it before putting it up on screen. So, but the times that you see right now on screen: 12:30 Pacific time, 1:30 Mountain time, 2:30 Central, and 3:30 Eastern. That is when court is starting up again, and we will have audio and video. You are very welcome, Deborah. Thank you for being here. Drinking an energy-related drink. Alrighty, Piedette. G. Jordan. G. Jordan. I'll say the same thing. I'm with you there. Welcome back, Pierrette. Game over, Deborah Scott says. Expect the unexpected. Yeah, just like Big Brother, right? Okay, you guys, I'm going to take a potty break. I'm going to make myself a nice cup of chamomile tea. And I will be back. Please keep the chat classy. I do have mods in here, so I don't want to have to ban anybody, but I am asking to please keep the chat classy. No sharing other channels, creators, news sources, no cursing, swearing, please. I don't want to have to ban anybody from chat. So with that said, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Did ya miss me? So, we're getting ready, you guys. This is going to be starting up again soon. In about 20 minutes to half an hour, we will be live again. We'll have actual audio and video from the courtroom. Just trying to get myself situated here the best I can. Wicked Witch. I do believe that she could be death penalty available in this case. She has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. I know Colorado doesn't have the death penalty anymore, but she was charged and arrested before that came into play. So, will they go for the death penalty? I think that would have already been said, but I believe it could still be on the table. Yes, you can use your cell phone, Pierrette. You just got to be really careful when you're using the cell phone because you can accidentally hit the wrong person. So before you remove the chat message or time somebody out, please make sure you're on the right one. Check and recheck again. Lady of the Wood, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate it. It helps keeps this channel going and helps that I can bring this to you guys, right? Well, thank you. X1X1VMMXIX. Yes, and my mods are the best. They are great. Let me just see. Yeah, I just tried to, Pierrette, and it's probably because she popped in and then left. If she's not in the chat room, it won't let you highlight it. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to these opening statements too, so. We are waiting. Thank you so much, Lady of the Wood. I don't know why we can't highlight you. Oh, now I can. There we go. Nope, she's not blocked. I seen her. Let me just find her here. Nope, she's not blocked. She's not blocked. She is there. We're just going to call you 11. Where is that? Hang on a sec. At. Sorry for the cough. Yeah, it's working now. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. I know there's some people in here that can't see my chat. I don't know what's going on with YouTube lately, but I was just able to highlight her, so. Sean says, I got the 11 right, though. So, very shortly, you guys, within the next, I'd say 15 minutes, let me see if I can get back into the webinar yet. It's saying it's too early to join. Too early to join. Okay, let me see what this is. Hang on a sec, you guys. Yeah, it's like 25 minutes. Okay, just give me a second, you guys. I'm just trying to get everything pulled up properly here. Thank you again, Lady of the Wood. So, what I'm getting, you guys, hang on a sec here. Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, so I'm just getting some information here on the injuries to Gannon. Hang on a sec. So there was one gunshot wound that was to his jaw, one skull fracture, and 18 stab wounds, like used by a knife. Yes, child of God, we will have it as soon as it starts. It will be starting up in about 20 minutes, and we will have it right here. Thank you for subscribing, child of God. Thank you. Apparently, people in Colorado have put out blue lights, blue balloons. Lorson Ranch has a big thing for Gannon there. Yes, you guys, we will have audio and video when it starts. So apparently the old area where Gannon lived before this happened, the whole Lorson Ranch have all put blue lights, balloons, right at the entrance there's a big cement thing that says Lorson Ranch. They've got a big, huge thing for Gannon there. It's just beautiful. It is. It's like the whole area is lit up blue for Gannon. Child of God, they shared custody 50-50 with the mom and dad. Aw, Tara Jones says, I live very close to where he was found. There's a sweet memorial there for him, too. Beautiful. Sorry, Cray Cray, I can't change that in the middle of a live, so. I do my best. Okay, so I guess there is some kind of update too in the Lori Vallow case. So as soon as that starts, I will let you know about that too. Oh, the prosecution has some really damning evidence, that's for sure. Yes, I do readings. That's the main thing that I do on the channel. Number 11. We're going to call you Juror 11. And I do it from beginning to end. I started doing reads on Letecia Stauch case when Gannon very first went missing. You can find all those under the video tab on my YouTube. Any of my newer stuff you can find under the live tab. And you go back to before any of this information came out. You go back to my very first reads and you will see how spot on they were before any of the information even came out. So yes, I will have weekly reads still coming out. Starting Sunday, I will be having the mini reads where you guys can come in and get your very own mini reads. I usually do them every Sunday. I didn't do them yesterday, you guys, because I had a whole lot of stuff to get set up and make sure this was all working right for you guys for this trial. So I will be back at that this coming Sunday. And my phone's going off. Everything's going crazy on me here, you guys. Okay, who just removed X1V's message? That should not have been. Oh, you got to mask the M word. 11, that's why it was removed. You have to mask the M word. Okay, let me try and get back in here, you guys. Oh no, why can't I get back into this? Hang on. It's still saying it's too early to get into it. So I still can't get in yet, you guys, but we will get in one way or another. Okay, yeah, it's X1. It's, yeah, perfect. I'm so sorry to hear that, number 11. I don't want to get into it, but my husband was murdered too, so. Okay, so here's the stuff on Lori. Just let me hear this, you guys. Yep, she was brutally murdered. So I know exactly how that feels, and it doesn't feel good. That's why I have stayed single all these years. I refuse to get into anything like that. It's okay, you guys. I'm good. I want to keep the focus on the Stauch trial today. Sean, if you're going to use the M word, please mask the M word. That's why your comment was removed. You have to mask those words, you guys. YouTube does not like it. Sorry, you guys. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just keep on trying to get into the webinar. Choose depending. What did I miss at Chopper about Willow? Huh? No, I've never heard of pedal readings, Chopper. I haven't done them myself either, so. Aww. I should have put blue nail polish on. We are still waiting for the stream to get up, you guys. I am trying to get back in. And it's still saying it's too close. It's too early to get in. I think everybody is having, it looks like everybody's having a hard time getting back into the WebEx, you guys, so. Okay, so it still hasn't started yet, you guys. So I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just keep on checking here. Loretta has not started yet. As soon as it starts, I will put it up. Thank you, Chopper. See, Chopper knows. Chopper knows what the rules are. I love it. The defense apparently, you guys, from what I've heard, now this is not verified, but what I have heard is that apparently this Dr. Lewis has said that she has some kind of dissociative disorder. So I don't know if the judge is going to let that in because they were supposed to have all their disclosure in by the 20th and they only put it into the record on the 21st of March. So they were a day late. So I don't know if the judge is even going to allow this Dr. Lewis to be a witness. We'll have to wait and see. Don't attack anybody in here because you will be gone. You are very welcome. And we are getting underway here, you guys, momentarily. Leslie, no, it's not just audio. I think I said this to you in the morning session. Once the opening statements start, which is going to start momentarily, we're going to have video and audio. Okay, let me take this banner off. No, no. Wait a minute. Where'd that go? Whoops. Yeah, don't overfeed the trolls. What's going on with juror 11? Nothing with juror 11. We call X1, X1V, MM, X1X. Right here. We're calling this person juror 11. Yes, video is coming. As soon as they get it up, you guys, we will be showing it to you. It's probably taken them a little bit longer to get it started because they are doing the audio now. So let me just try and get in. Yeah, apparently their expert for the defense is saying she was in a psychotic state. Again, you guys, I am keeping on checking on this. It should be any minute now that they get this up. They may be having a little bit of technical difficulties because now they're bringing the video too. So as soon as it starts, you guys, we will be jumping on it. We are all just waiting. Okay, I put that up just so everybody knows. They are late. I think that they may have a little bit of problem. Trying to get it to start. Okay, here we go, you guys. Let me just get this up and get it shared with you. Here we go. So like I said, there she is right here, you guys, if you can see my cursor. She is right up against the wall here, hiding. You see her there? Right there. She's trying to hide behind these monitors over here. Can you see her?
Ms. Gratiano, you're using that laptop, right? That's what should be coming up on the screen. Okay. Yep.
Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear it. And there is Letecia right there up against the wall. There is Al. Al is right behind the gentleman in the tie and shirt here, if you can see my cursor. You can see his bald head. You got it? Good. Okay, so I am going to mute so you guys can hear everything. It's not glitchy. It's good. If you're glitching or if you're lagging, go out and come back in. I am going to mute myself. Just let me check, you guys. Once I get over to my studio, I can check. I'm in StreamYard right now. Just getting all my settings done here. Yeah, you can't see my cursor because I'm not sharing my screen. I'm only sharing... Anyway, it's hard to explain. I don't even understand it. But she is hiding. If you look to the right, right up against the wall, that's her. Under the big TV on the wall, that's her, right at the end. You can see Letecia is right at the end, below that TV that is on the wall, behind that little monitor. You can see some monitors that are under that TV. She's right at the end there. You can see her lawyer. He's got like a black suit on with a white shirt. Oh, he just stood up. She's to the, if you're looking at the screen, she's to the right. She's right up against the wall.
All right.
You can't miss her.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, I'm muting you guys. Here we go. If it is unfocused for you, you need to exit and come back in. She's not sitting with her lawyers because she is trying to hide. Kelly, the video is up on the screen. You must be lagging. They're bringing in the jury right now.
Becky, for using this for bench conferences or... Okay.
Oh, I'm far from being a pro, but I think I got this down pat, you guys. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I'm probably going to make a lot of them throughout this trial, but I am bringing it to you the best I can. So, Marie Burks, thank you. Thank you so, so much. That really helps support the channel, and it's going to help in bringing this to you guys every day. So as soon as I start, you guys, I will mute myself.
I'm actually checking it again.
You can't hear the
All
defense
rise
right
for the
now.
jury,
Oh,
please.
here we go. I'm muting.
Yes,
Remain on throughout the trial, or is it something?
unless I turn them on, and I will let you know if I do that. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 135A, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time, and that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview of what they believe the evidence will show. With that, prosecution. Go ahead.
No, I was asking if you turn.
You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
And if you want to dim the lights on, fine.
I can't, actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there. If you want to dim the perimeter lights, it's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Paramount question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions. One specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity. It will read that as to the question of sanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. That is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old little boy. Came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He proved to be a fighter, overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stauch, and his precocious little sister, Lena. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stauch family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, we promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. We're, all right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow. This lady sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020, and into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stauch, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in a suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Told numerous stories to investigators to manipulate the course of the investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is in fact where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously, mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally. These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. But that wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head, and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in the picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop that splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom left portion of that picture has Gannon's blood on it. There was an Amazon box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. Defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaning them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes, the defendant's shoes, were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in a suitcase, first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her locations or her movements. And it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stauch family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stauch family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. She hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side, hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, when the suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and the pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also, these 2 blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020, were found 1,300 miles away with Gannon underneath that bridge. The defendant then purposely, intentionally came up with numerous different stories about what had happened. Gannon was missing, went to a friend's house and never returned. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped by a guy named Eduardo. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped, but this time by a guy named Quincy Brown. She went to look for a bike up near that Douglas County, El Paso County line. Gannon test rode that bike, crashed, and suffered a horrible head injury. And a guy named Quincy Brown takes Gannon, and now the defendant doesn't know where she is, where Gannon is. Cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. And most cruelly, that Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, was involved with Gannon's disappearance. All of her actions were purposely designed by her to distance herself from what she did. Throw off investigators, buy her time, escape accountability for what she did to Gannon on January 27, 2020. At the conclusion of the evidence that we'll be presenting in this case, you'll be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges that we've leveled against her. You'll also be asked to determine whether she was sane or insane at the time that she killed Gannon. All of her decisions, all of her deliberate actions betray her claims of insanity. She knew that what she had done to Gannon was wrong. Why hide it? You'll hear her own voice through recorded phone calls and interviews. The evidence itself will prove her sanity. As jurors, part of your job will be to determine how much credibility, if any, you give to the witnesses. That same rule applies to expert witnesses. You'll get to hear from doctors. You'll get to hear from GPS expert witnesses. Lawyers get tongue-tied sometimes. And when they take the stand and take an oath, you get to judge whether what they are saying makes sense. Is it credible or not? And if it's not credible, you get to discard it. If it's credible, you can use it in your deliberations, but you all get to decide whether that credibility extends to that witness or not. The same will hold true for our expert witnesses and the defense expert witnesses. Get to hear from a doctor that will testify that the defendant was insane at the time of the murder of Gannon Stauch on January 27, 2020. With all expert witnesses, you should gauge what they're saying, measure it against the other evidence that you're hearing. Does it make sense or not? Like all expert witnesses, if it doesn't make sense, you can discard it. You'll also hear from others who knew her best. People that have the best opportunity to see how she was acting. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Could she form intent? People like Al Stauch, the man who was married to her. People like her brother, Dakota Lowry, who flew out here after Gannon went missing. And most importantly, her very own daughter, Harley Hunt. See, Harley Hunt was in the best position to know the defendant's state of mind, especially as it relates to when this crime occurred. He was the only other older person in the house. When Al left to Oklahoma, Harley Hunt was working. She's young, 17 years old at the time, thinking about going into the Air Force. But she becomes the defendant's closest confidant after the defendant killed Gannon Stauch. In fact, she also rode with the defendant on that van ride from Colorado Springs to Florida. She'll be able to tell you in her own words whether the defendant understood the difference between right and wrong, whether she could act intentionally or deliberately or not. And she'll tell you that she could on both counts. Remember, this case is about two people. Gannon had no choice what happened to him that day on January 27th. The other, this defendant, she held every single decision in her hands. She took deliberate, thoughtful action that ended a precious life and tore a family apart. Your job as jurors will be to listen intently to all of the evidence. Because even the most mundane evidence, it might seem inconsequential when you're listening, is being given to you purposely so that you can make the determinations you need to make as jurors. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Was she able to form a culpable mental state? Every single piece of evidence that comes from this chair will be used by you to make that determination. The next time I get to talk with you directly the way I'm doing right now, I don't mean we've concluded evidence and we're giving closing arguments. At that time, both sides will get to ask you to make determinations based on what you all have heard. We're going to ask you to hold us to our burden of proof. The criminal justice system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. Our burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The things we have to prove are the elements of the crimes charged. We also have to disprove that the defendant is insane, meaning essentially we have to prove that she was sane. The evidence will do that for you. We will ask you to give justice to Gannon Stauch. We will ask you to find this defendant guilty for what she did to him more than 3 years ago. We'll ask you to find her guilty of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age, tampering with a deceased human body for taking Gannon's body from that scene and transporting it across the country, and tampering with physical evidence. We'll ask you to convict her on each and every one of those charges, and the evidence will guide you towards those convictions. On January 27, 2020, 6:55 p.m., the defendant herself called 911. She called 911 to report that Gannon was missing and not come home. Call taker you'll hear ask the defendant, who was the last person to see Gannon?
Who was the last person to see him? I guess me.
The evidence will show that she was the last person to see Gannon alive. The evidence will show that she was sane on January 27, 2020, when she ended Gannon's life. The evidence will show that she acted intentionally and deliberately when she took Gannon's life. And then we will ask you to convict her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense? Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Cellini, represent Letecia Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stauch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. There's a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome when people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about insanity, what do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate? A lot of people said insanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as the defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch, who according to a lot of jury questionnaires is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports Mr. Tellini has, and it's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case, awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom. Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Tellini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times. Hundreds of witnesses and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now and just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stauch. And I know people will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Ms. Stauch? The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The war fought over these things that we're dealing with today. Old school laws, presumption of innocence, right to remain silent, stuff that comes all the way back from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media. I get it. We've lost. Mr. Cellini, we lost. Stauch, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law. As Judge Werner said, come through those double doors there. This is a special place. This isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Don't try to get up and walk out of the courtroom before you've started. Do your jobs. Listen to the evidence. When the evidence is complete, go back into the jury room and weigh the evidence. All I'm asking of you, just give us a fair shake. I can see it in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you, as far as you're concerned, I could burn in hell for representing Ms. Stauch. A lot of you won't even make eye contact with me. I might as well just be the devil himself up here running his mouth. But I'm not. No different than those three at that table right there. Paid advocates. Werner during voir dire says they are paid advocates. Amy and I were paid advocates. They have their side of the story. And I just want to be heard. Want our side to be heard. And if at the end, guilty, but you weighed the evidence, you listened, you didn't prejudge the case, your biases, your sympathies, your prejudices that you had at the beginning of this trial, if you didn't let those come in, were fair and impartial, but it's still guilty, I'll take that. I'll take that in a case like this. A lot of evidence. Very, very difficult case. So don't quit on me. Now, Mr. Allen is right. He's a good attorney. He's well-spoken. He elected DA. This is going to come down to insanity. Lady here and was killed back in January 20. How do you figure that out? How do you look into the mind of a sick person and divine what they are thinking? Well, evidence, people's statements, observations, worded statements, phone call, heard Ms. Stauch talking on. That's good stuff. What else can you look at? Motive. Somebody's motive. Remember that word? Up every day during jury selection for the past 2 weeks by the prosecution. Motive. You were told, and rightly so, by the prosecution that there is no requirement for the prosecution to prove motive. They're right. Does that mean that motive doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Not mean that. Even the own jury instruction talking about insanity, the prosecution just put up on the board, talked about motive or lack of motive could be a sign that there is insanity or not insanity. And it's in the jury instruction there. So it does matter. It's not required, but it matters. And it matters because it's evidence. You don't have a motive, that goes to show a lack of evidence. Say there's a couple of people involved in a shooting and a murder out in the community. Paper reports it as a random, senseless act of violence. One person shot to death. Police investigate. They have 3 people that are suspects that were there at the scene at the time of the shooting. One problem for the investigators. Don't really have any other evidence. A week later, doing some good police work, they uncovered that one of the 3 people was a drug dealer who was ripped off the week before the shooting by the dead man. A lot of money and drugs were stolen. All of a sudden, with that information, this random, senseless act of violence becomes a murder with a motive. It does matter. Could you?
You need to put it up. It's not hooked up yet. You can turn off the perimeter lights if you want. I'm not getting the feed come through. You are hooked up to the defense. Still not coming through. Oh, there you go.
You enlarge that or?
That's what you're looking for, right?
That's the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the 2 boards, screens. This fancy pointer that you were alluding to, Judge. Extendable. All right, we've got a photo here. We've got some familiar looking faces. Gannon, Letecia Stauch. Stepmom, stepson. Gannon's little sister in the back. Look at that. Looks like everybody's doing pretty good. Happy, sunny day. Maybe Miss Stauch is doing a selfie holding the camera out, whatever. When would have this photo been taken? The day before Gannon died. The day before he was killed. It wasn't a photo of evil, anger. A photo of someone, by all accounts, who was a loving stepmother, care of Gannon. Gannon's father was on a deployment. Stauch worked as a teacher herself in the Whitefield School District, an elementary school teacher. Got a person that was, living would seem like the American dream in a nice suburban house in Morrison Ranch, the suburbs of Colorado Springs, Colorado. But behind those photos and Miles Stauch. Oh,
Yeah, I did.
okay. The Stauch was hiding Stauch was dealing trauma and abuse that had been going on since she was a toddler. A troubled childhood. Mother wasn't really much of a mother. She had a line of stepdads or boyfriends or whatever. Her mother, come in and out, come in and out, in and out, in and out of her life. From the time she was 3 or 4 years old, Miss Stauch, until she finally moved out. And she suffered. She suffered horrifically from these stepfathers, these boyfriends of her mother. Watched her mother get beat by the boyfriends, physically abused, till eventually the physical abuse these men reserved for her mother eventually trained on Miss Stauch here. Girl. First, it was just physical beatings, whoopings, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and then it became sexual, where she was molested regularly. Five or six until she was a teenager. Constant. She used to have to sleep in the car out in the driveway to get away, not have to molested and sexually assaulted by these men. Sleep in the car in the driveway of her house. Because her mom wasn't around a lot, kind of an absentee mom. A lot of these stepfathers, if you could call them that, cared for Miss Stauch exclusively. Mom was out somewhere doing something, gone for several weeks at a time. And Ms. Stauch, as a young child and a young woman and a teenager, was left in the care of these men. How do you deal with this? You're 6, you're 7 years old. What do you do? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. How does a kid handle that? Well, a lot of people that have had bad childhoods go on and they're fine. There's some that don't. Some is a survival mechanism. Some of these children's personalities fragment. And why do they do this? This fragmentation of the personalities when there's abuse at a young age. Because in the case of Ms. Stauch, her abuser was also the person that provided her means for survival. A 4, 5, 6-year-old kid does not go out and get a job and work and acquire their own food, pay the electric bill, pay the rent. So while they're being abused, they also, as a matter of survival, have to both hate and love, to fear and placate their abuser / caretaker. How does a person do that? Well, I think in a lot of situations, no one person can do that. That's where the fragmentation personality comes in. All the good and all the bad, all the evil and the hate can't reside in one place. And I know some of you, based on your jury questionnaires, think I'm telling some fanciful tale about this. I get it. I read the questionnaires. But as such, you have sworn an oath multiple times to follow the law and the evidence. Don't like insanity or dissociative identity disorder. That's okay. Joke or an excuse or not valid. That's okay. It's okay if you think that outside those doors. In here, you got to believe it's a legitimate mental health defense, that in fact it exists and that it is scientifically backed. You're going to hear doctors, sworn experts on both sides. So yeah, it's in the DSM-4 or 5, which is the book of psychological ailments and issues psychologists and psychiatrists use to diagnose things. It's listed, accepted in the scientific community issue, a real issue, dissociative identity called multiple personalities. Now, whether you believe or their experts believe what our expert believes about whether it was present in this Stauch's case, different issue. But you must, to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, you must believe that it is a possible defense. It is a valid defense. It is a valid defect or disease of the mind that triggers the insanity provisions under the Colorado laws. Laws that trigger when we bring in some testimony or some evidence that there is insanity causes the rules, the laws to pivot. So that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt let's say. In this case, circle back around. Why all of that just matters. Going back to motive. What was with evidence, exhibits, photos, videos. We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out. Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues, not Labor Day, barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear during all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence. All those witnesses. You're not going to hear about a motive. You're not going to be given a motive about why Ms. Stauch. January 2020. Reason is there is no motive. There is no reason. Doesn't make sense. It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Gannon's gone. No reason for it. Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time. Go from teacher, loving stepmother to 2 children, loving mother to her own child, Harley, a person that Gannon's father entrusted his own 2 kids, watched and loved and by this woman here. Being a killer of a 11-year-old boy. How do you get there? Big jump. There is no explanation for it. I don't have one. She broke on that day, ladies and gentlemen. She broke. Broke from all that was right. Made sense. And the axe, putting Gannon's body in a suitcase and traveling 1,300 miles, whole of Florida, and throwing the suitcase, Gannon's body in it, side of an overpass. Different stories she told. She was raped by somebody. Person who raped her kidnapped Gannon. Hear all the stories. The prosecution's going to play it for you. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul that is broken, most fundamental and profound way. So broken, doesn't even know what it was doing. What was going through that person's head? The killer Gannon's head. Stauch's head. All the stab wounds, the shootings, the bruisings, the beatings, the burns. What was going through that person's head? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. For the person that she was killing that day, attacking, it wasn't Gannon. It wasn't Gannon to her. Wake up that day and go, I'm going to kill him. No. She was killing the demons, her life, from the dark depths of her childhood and her life. You're going to hear different doctors. We have a Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She's from Yale. She's been at it a long time. An MD. Got a lot of experience with this. Her legal medical opinion is that on the date of this offense, Ms. Stauch was legally insane. Now, the prosecution is going to have some witnesses from our state mental hospital in Pueblo that I imagine are going to say, no, she was perfect. She knew what she was doing. It's normal behavior for a person to do that. Yeah, she had some mental issues and everything like that, but everybody does, but they don't know when you kill an 11-year-old boy. And that is true. A lot of people do have mental health issues. It was talked about in voir dire. Will have very severe mental health issues. They don't go out and kill people. And they don't go out and kill 11-year-old boys or their stepsons. They had had a nice hike just the day before, as evidenced by that photo. Don't stab the stepson dozens of times. Discharged 3 bullets, a 9mm handgun at the boy, hitting him once, killing him once. Beat him, burn him, and do all these other things you're going to hear about. Wrong, and it's horrible. She not sane. And she will be held accountable. Not guilty by reason of insanity. We'll get a jury instruction. It's about a paragraph long. It indicates in that case, and I think Judge Warner alluded to it, to one panel of potential jurists in the last couple of weeks. She's found guilty, then it's guilty. She's subject to regular sentencing by the court. But if I'm not guilty by reason of insanity, doesn't mean she walks out of here. She's committed to the state hospital, Colorado Department of Human Services, and they take over from there, the state mental hospital. That's not what we're dealing with here now. So I know there is a natural urge, human urge, a real urge. You hear about that little boy with that big bright smile that you saw on the screen. Hear about what happened to him. Want to make somebody pay. Want to make somebody pay dearly. Not right. Happened to that young man. Awful. But not providing doubt constitutional protections for presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, placing the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of the prosecutor, letting bias or sympathy come in and cloud your judgment. Not going to bring Gannon back. Prejudging the case by what you've heard in the media. It'll do no good. No, we have a tragedy here. And we know it's terrible. But just listen to the evidence, as I started out with. Don't check out. It's going to be easy. Went into week 6, hearing all these witnesses and looking at evidence. You're going to want to check out. You're going to want to form your decision soon in this case. You can't do that. For the next 6 to 8 weeks while we're in this trial, you can't form an opinion. Warner was telling you that. You're in an evidence gathering phase now. You're gathering the facts. Like Judge Warner's famous Denver omelets, this is the ingredient gathering stage. Okay? It's in the cooking stage. When you go back to the jury room after all the evidence is in, you start putting the ingredients together. For omelet, or just a ham and cheese omelet. whether you've got a guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity, based on the evidence, the ingredients. When you're in the jury room, that's when you start putting it together. Just writing down, taking notes, taking it all in. That's why the judge mentioned several times to you today, I don't want y'all talking about the case amongst yourselves. Kind of a special, hidden, quiet place, this courtroom, especially you jurors. Don't want y'all talking about the case because that leads to deliberating and judgment. It's in the judgment phase. So, thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We'll be spending a lot of time together over the next couple months, so keep an open mind. Put a lot of the bad stuff out of your mind for now. What the prosecution has to say, hear what the defense has to say. At the end of this, as Mr. Allen said, when he's concluded his opening statement, he said, I'm going to come back in a couple months and ask you to find her guilty. I or Mr. Cellini in 2 months. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. Now the trial starts. Had opening statements, you've had all that now. He said, and I said, it's not evidence. Projected up on the board and the videos and the audios that he played. That's not evidence. Remember what the judge said. If you had to deliver a verdict right now, it's not guilty. Woman right here is not guilty. He's presumed innocent. Not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I'm going to stop now because I'm running out of steam. But I really, really, really do appreciate your time. I know the judge pays due. Said earlier, you know, you're the ones that are making the sacrifice. You're the ones that, you know, are losing money because you're not able to go to work. That, you know, your workspaces, your offices are idle because you're going to be here for 2 months. What we do, this is where we work, all of us, the attorneys, we pay. You're the ones that make the sacrifice in this case. And I do appreciate it. And on behalf of my attorney, Mr. Cellini, I know he appreciates it. Thank you.
Todd, can you get the last perimeter light, please? I'm not sure which one it is. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a little bit of roadmap as to what you can expect and where we go from here. As I said this morning, opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Keep in mind that in this case, as in every case, attorneys are paid advocates. Their job is to persuade you that evidence proves or does not prove a particular point. And as I said earlier, nothing an attorney says is evidence, and they do not take an oath to tell you the truth. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence in her own behalf, but she is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. After you have heard all of the evidence and the instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. That's the part in the TV show or movie where one lawyer asks a question and the other one stands up and objects. On TV, the lawyers start to argue with each other, and then sometimes they go up to the bench and they argue with the judge. I know you're going to be surprised, but that doesn't happen in real life. The lawyers in this room have years of experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal cases called the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure. They also know that the evidentiary matters are governed by a written set of rules called the Colorado Rules of Evidence, which apply to all case proceedings, to all cases proceeding to trial. Watch the lawyers, and you will observe that what really happens is that an objection is made. I will ask for an explanation, something like grounds, for the objection, and the response from the attorney will be something like hearsay or foundation or relevance or 404. And most of the time, watch the attorneys closely, most of the time the attorneys will state an objection in 5 words or less. There's not a whole lot of arguing that's going on during that time period. And regardless, the argument is never directed to opposing counsel because I'm the one making the ruling and not opposing counsel. So in reality, the lawyers rarely come up to the bench to argue a point because all they need to do is reference the rule, case, or principle they are relying upon for their objection. In any event, the objection simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which they believe may not be properly offered. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer it. As jurors, you must draw no inferences from the question or speculate as to what the witness would have said if permitted to answer. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Such evidence is to be treated as if you had never seen or heard it. We talked about the notebooks that you have and the juror questions and the process for doing that. They know where to meet, Mr. Combs? They know where to meet in the morning? All right. Give us just a few minutes and we will get you the parking passes. They're on a lanyard, so keep them because that's what you'll need to get in and out of the juror parking lot. The issue about the truck. I haven't solved it yet. And there's a juror that cannot get into the parking garage because of size of vehicle. Who is that? Just raise your hand. Don't leave yet. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you. I mean, you can leave the courtroom, but don't leave the courthouse just yet. And for the rest of you, it's going to take just a couple of minutes, unless Todd, you want to run down there on my bookshelf. Do you know where that is? Okay. And so Todd, oh, no, I mean, wait, Todd, come back. It's all good. There. So he's going to get you the lanyards with parking passes on them. Use them to come in, and we will talk with juror number 14 about what to do with your situation. We have a solution. Rachel, you still here somewhere? Stick around. We need to talk. I think we can use the same solution that we did for the other juror that was coming back at 11. That work? Okay. All right. We have a solution, so just hold on and we will get to you. With that, if I can have everyone, you'll know where to meet Mr. Combs in the morning and how to get into the building. We should be able to start right on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock. What you can expect is that we will start with witnesses. We will take a break for 15 or 20 minutes, somewhere between 10 and 10:30. Then we will proceed on to lunch at noonish, come back 1:15, 1:30, have a break 15, 20 minutes, somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon, then recess at 5 o'clock. That's how your day will look every day from here on out. The other thing that you should expect, so that it doesn't catch you off guard, is that every day that we start trial after today, well, I did it this morning actually, but every day that we start trial from here on out, I will ask you a question. And that is, it will be the same question every day. You're going to get sick of hearing it, but it's the same question that I'm going to be asking. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. So that's why those admonitions that I said about avoiding press, avoiding opinions, avoiding research, all of those things, they all come into play. It's important. This is an important process. So with that, your discharge, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please. Right. The only one that I knew of was juror 3. Before you step out real quick, does anybody aside from juror 3 need a letter? Okay. All right. We got it. Thank you. So juror 16 and juror 3. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I want to clear up one thing on the record. Because I think it's an issue in, where is this? Where's it listed at though? Huh, okay. I just want to make sure that the count that you are dismissing is count 3, child abuse resulting in death.
Correct. So count 1 is murder in the first degree. 2 is child under 12. 3 is the child abuse resulting in.
Okay.
That's the one that requires an accumulation of injuries, all that kind of thing, not providing. That was charged before Gannon's body was ever recovered. When Gannon's body was recovered, we added 1, which is now murder in the first degree.
Okay. So this would have been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's count 3 of the amended information.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to check on, because the original complaint information that was filed on March 11 only has 4 counts, and count 3 is tampering with a deceased human body, and in that one, count 2 is the child abuse resulting in death. So it looks like what happened, they didn't realize the amendment, and when they put it in, that's what the conflict is.
The amendment was filed probably March 18th, roughly.
I have March 20. Yep. Okay. So So what you are proposing to dismiss is the one knowingly or recklessly caused an injury or unreasonably placed in a situation that posed a threat of injury to life, health, or safety by engaging in a continued pattern of conduct that resulted in cruel punishment, mistreatment, and accumulation of injuries. That's the one you're wanting to dismiss.
So count 3 in the amended information.
So it's the amended information. That's where the hangup is. Okay, I think we've got that resolved. Okay, so have your witnesses here 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We should be able to start right on time at that point. And Rachel, I want to talk to you when we're done. Is there anything else that we need to address from the prosecution? Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Rachel, can you come back in the back hallway for a minute, please? All right, court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right, you guys. So, I will put up tomorrow's thumbnail. Remember, no talking about the case, anyone. I will put up tomorrow's thumbnail on my YouTube channel. Actually, I'm going to do it right now. So you guys can all, hang on, let me just get this over here. Hang on, you guys. I don't want to lose you guys yet. I'm going to post it right now. So you guys can go over there, and I have just posted it now. So it is now up, you guys, on my YouTube channel. You can go over there and hit the reminder. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Get. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And like I said, you guys, all the super chat, super stickers, everything, it all helps that I can put aside the time to be able to do this and bring this to you every day. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, that was bad, you guys. Like, the defense, thank you again, Get. I appreciate you. The defense attorney, I'm not impressed. The way he used SA as a child, things that happened to her. Those of you who have been here all of these years with me know I didn't have the best childhood either. I was in and out of foster care. A lot of things before I got my life on track and ended up working in the legal field. So you can't blame what happened to you as a child on what you're doing to somebody else. So I thought it was in bad taste that he said that, like a slap in the face to actual survivors of SA as children, or any SA survivor. So I wasn't impressed. It kind of grossed me out. Yeah, he was really bizarre. I think he just didn't know what the hell to say, right? He's got to try and defend her in the best possible way that he can. But I think he failed. I think it just made people dislike her even more, if that's possible. Yes, very tacky, very tacky. So it's like, I don't know. I just, I didn't, yeah, the passive aggressiveness and poor her. And, well, you know, I've got no sympathy for anybody that does this and takes another human life, especially a child. No, sorry, you get no sympathy here. You get no sympathy here. Yeah, 18 stab wounds. No, not 3 gunshot wounds. I'm going to remove that comment because there was not 3 gunshot. There was a gunshot to the chin. There was 18 stab, like with a sharp object. 18 wounds. We don't know if they were stab wounds, defensive wounds, but there was 18 of them and a blow to the head. Blunt force trauma to the head. They said it right at the beginning. There was 1 blow to the head, a gunshot to the jaw, and the rest were all sharp object wounds. So let's keep it right here, you guys. But yeah, so tomorrow again, we will be here. I will be online 10:45 a.m. Eastern. We will be here and we will be hearing witnesses. There will be 3 cameras tomorrow. There will be a camera on the witness, there will be a camera on the defense and DA, and there will be a camera on the judge. So there will be 3 cameras. A lot of people are complaining about the oh, we can't see and it's blurry. At least we got video, you guys. Look at the Lori Vallow trial. We get nothing. We get no audio. We get no video. We get audio, but not until the end of the day. Like, who at 6 o'clock at night wants to listen to 8 hours till 2 o'clock in the morning of the audio, right? I mean, there's going to be some diehards that are going to do it. But even if they even put audio for the trial, you know what I mean? But no, they're not even doing that in the Lori Vallow case. So we are lucky here. Not everyone's going to be happy, I guess. You can't please everybody. But at least we got video. We got audio, and we can see this trial as it's happening. Let's just be thankful for that instead of maybe complaining that the cameras aren't that good or whatever. At least we got that. I get it. I wish it was better if one of the news stations or something was covering it. We would have better, but this is court audio and video. So we got to take what we can get, right? At least we're not in the predicament like the Vallow case where we're not getting nothing. So let's just be thankful for what we do have. Like, I just can't imagine what Gannon had to endure the last moments of his poor little life. And it's like, I'm getting shivers from top to bottom, you guys. It's just like, and her face being the last thing that this little boy sees. Can you imagine? Like, I'm just grossed out. A lot of people are saying, oh, do we get to see the exhibits and everything? Who wants to see that? Seriously. It's going to be gory. It's going to be gruesome. I don't want to see it. Personally, I'm sorry. I don't want to see it. And I don't think we really need to see that. Sensationalizing like that is just no. No. It's bad enough. These jurors and the people in the courtroom, especially Gannon's parents, are going to be traumatized. They are going to need therapy after this. So I don't know who would want to see that. Yeah, you can't unsee it. Just like Summer Dawn just said, you cannot unsee that. From somebody who worked on a lot of criminal cases and seen a lot of horrific things, I wish I never would have had to see. You cannot unsee it, and you will never forget it. You will have nightmares. That's one of the biggest reasons I got out of criminal law. So, with that being said, you guys, like, no, I don't think we need to see it. Yeah, hearing what happened is more than enough, and I think even that is too much. Like, my stomach, I'm already in a lot of pain because of what's going on with my gallbladder here, but I mean, I just want to throw up. Yeah, like, this is going to be with them for the rest of their life. You're not going to be able to unsee it. Be Charma, exactly. And my heart is going to go out to Gannon's parents, family, the people that are in that courtroom who are family to Gannon. what they're going to have to see, what the jurors are going to have to see. There's no getting over that, you guys. You know, so it's going to haunt them for the rest of their life, and they are going to need therapy after this. Unless you're as cold-blooded as Letecia, you're going to need some kind of therapy. It's over for today, April. I have tomorrow's thumbnail up already. So if you want to check that out, it is on my YouTube channel. I will post it when I get off here. I will post it to my Twitter and my Facebook. You can just click on the message on the thumbnail there, and you will be brought to my channel. Sensible crime, you have to mask that K word. That's why you're... I think she knew that Al was leaving her, and she wanted to take one last shot at Al, and this was it. She wanted to hurt him the way she was saying she was being hurt by Al and Landon. Like, I don't get the respect as a stepmother. I don't get this. Poor me. Where's my Mother's Day card? You know, like, all these things. It was just sickening. It's not that they're not showing her face. Simply read, she's hiding. She's right up against the wall. She's hiding behind her hair. And she's trying to hide behind the monitors. Her defense attorney is also trying to shield her a bit from the other side of the courtroom, because that's where Landon and Al and the rest of Gannon's family are, and all the supporters. Yeah, and I didn't get to finish listening to it, Summer Dawn, for the Lori stuff, because this started, and this is the priority right now that I took. But Lori's trial right now, you guys, they are just doing the jury selection again. Just like we did at the beginning of this case. They're going through all these jurors to get a whole bunch of jurors together that they can pick the jury from. So... Right, Thomasina Hale, right? And it's like, you should see some of her searches. It's just, yeah, she's hiding. She's not. Hang on, Nana. Hang on a second. I'll make sure it is up. It is now public. You may have to refresh your page. It is public. Here, let me just... I will put it in my community tab. Let me put it in my community tab on YouTube. Okay, I just put it in my community tab, you guys. I will post it later to Twitter and Facebook. I can also post it right here for you guys. Here is the link for tomorrow's live feed. Right there. If you click on that, it will bring you to tomorrow's, and you will see that you will be waiting. I know, when you hear Gannon say Pinky, and you hear Gannon say, I'm worried about my burn. It's public, you just seen it? Okay. Okay, but I did put it in the chat here. You have to, I think, maybe even be subscribed to be able to see that. I don't know. Yes, B Charma, I cover it. If I do a reading on it, then if there is a trial, I cover it. Well, I am glad you are here, B Charma. I think he got burnt from the candle. Because you do hear him say, I'm worried about my burn. Right? Yeah, he apparently knocked over a candle and he burned himself. Now, how much of that's true, we don't know. It's going to come out in the trial, you guys. It could very well be Rouge Wings that she did that. We'll hear more about it in the trial. Sammy says, all set for tomorrow. Yes. So it is on my community tab. It is on my YouTube channel, community tab. Look under the community tab and you will see the link. I just put the link also in the chat. That is for tomorrow. We will be live again. And we will be live for each day of this hearing. The only day, you guys, that I may be a little late, which I don't think I will, I have a doctor's appointment on the 12th, but it's at 9:30 in the morning Eastern. So I will be back here by 11 a.m. Hopefully, fingers crossed. If not, as soon as I get back, I will get the live up and going. But I feel that my appointment's for 9:30. I should be back here by 11, and that's Eastern time. I know it starts at 9 a.m. in Colorado, but 9 a.m. in Colorado is 11 a.m. Eastern. So I should be back for this to get it going. That's the only day that I may be late, so as far as I know, unless they send me for surgery and then I don't know what's going to happen then. I don't know who I can get to make sure this is up. But I'll try and figure out something. Yeah, Thursdays we won't be here. So I'm going to, any further doctor's appointments that I need, I'm going to try and book on Thursdays. So that's what I'm going to try and do. We'll figure something out. I don't think I will. Aw, thank you, you guys. I am covering this every day, so that's what I'm going to do. This doctor's appointment for the 12th, I couldn't get it on Thursday because this specialist, he's the surgeon. He's going to decide, I guess, whether they're going to do surgery or not. And it's day surgery, so the most that's going to happen is I'll miss one day, but I'll try and see if my son or my daughter can be here to start it up. We'll have to see, you guys. But I'll figure something out. Believe me. You guys know, unless I'm 6 feet under, I keep my promises. So with that being said, you guys, I'm going to let you guys go for now. And I will see you guys back here again, 10:45 a.m. Eastern, right here tomorrow morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, mods. You guys are the best. And there ain't going to be nobody that tells me different. So thank you all for being here, for participating, and following this with us. See you guys all tomorrow again at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget, please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Always be aware of your surroundings. Love you guys to the moon and back. Bye-bye for now.